Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. I did a ton of work between episodes. As you guys can see in the top right corner, we have $62,519, and that is entirely due to all of the trees I cut down back here. I did do some research, sort of looked into the forestry thing, and was able to determine that the best length of trees is 9 meters. So I used the measure mod and cut down trees, cut them to 9 meters. I think I took 4 or 5, maybe even 6 loads of trees up on our flatbed trailer. The International did a great job pulling it. But I did discover some interesting things back here. We have these trees here. I was having some loads that weren't making me a bunch of money. These trees are actually deadwood, and they're just not worth very much at all. So I left them, even though I'll probably come back later on with the lumberjack mod and just cut those out and be done with them, because they're not even worth driving up to the sawmill. But we did progress on into August. And we have some animals that need attention, as expected here. Let's see if we can't grab our lead and head over to our bullpen. Throwing the lead around. Hold on, got to get it picked up. All right, here we go. So we have Choco, who's pregnant with 1 baby. Vanity's pregnant with 3 babies. Queen did not get pregnant overnight, which is interesting, but Rogue, our Angus bull, is aware there is 1 impregnatable female left in there. And Foxy, our water buffalo, also became pregnant and has 3 babies. So we have, between all those animals, 5, 6 babies coming out of that group. So that is absolutely incredible. Let's get over here. Let's put them into the barn. And then animals that are in the barn, I don't think we have any that are ready to be moved over. Let's see. These are all pregnant. Too young. Too young. Oh, no suitable. Silver is ready to head on over. And let's see if we have any other animals. Misty just gave birth. So this is Misty's calf right here. So we'll have to get that calf named. That's very exciting. That is our first calf born on the farm. And Misty is no longer a heifer. She's a cow. So exciting stuff. And then our water buffalo, still too young. So let's get 1 animal moved back over to the bullpen. Wish this mod worked a little better with holding on to the leash, but we'll make it happen. Go ahead and move selected over here, and then our 1 water buffalo was pregnant as well with 3 babies, so we'll get her moved back over. So the animals are doing well. We are expecting lots and lots of calves coming onto the farm. So I have a couple of ideas of what we should be doing today. Let's get Foxy moved on over. Excellent. The animals are where they're supposed to be. In regards to the animals' food, the cow barn still has 11,000 liters of hay and 8,000 liters of silage, and the cow pasture still has 6,300 liters of hay and 4,800 liters of silage and 30,000 liters of water. So we are in good shape in regards to the animals being fed. So let's grab the truck and head up to the shop with our lettuce. And while we're up there, we have some decisions to make, because as you can see over there in the distance, we have a wheat field to... Oh, hit the wrong button there. We have a wheat field to harvest today, so we need to figure out a harvester, which is one of the big reasons I spent all that time cutting down all those trees and getting them sold. So I will see you guys up at the shop. We are arriving at the shop. Let's just check and make sure we are using the right sell point. So actually the best price is to sell everything in the back. So let's go ahead and pull through. I did buy a pallet of seed. It was in the sale for like 600 bucks, maybe 600 and change. Knew we'd be needing that coming up with the planting season, so wanted to make sure that we had plenty of seed for the farm. Gonna get those 2 sold. Might just be too high with the wheels in the center coming over the grate. Let's see if we get a little bit of an angle, if it'll make a difference. Yeah, there we go. All right, I think we're just going to pull around. So $74,000, guys, almost $75,000. That is the most money we've ever had besides when we took our loans out. So that is really, really exciting. And figuring out what we're going to do with all that money is going to be a challenge. So we'll start in the sale. Let's scroll down and let's see. There's not a lot in here that really interests me. Yeah, we have another baler, but we don't need another baler. We could swap out our 711 skid steer for one that's used and save ourselves a little bit of money. I'll have to look at that when we go back to the farm. We do have tree planters, which are interesting, but they're just still a lot of money. I am looking at either the Vermeer, because we'll have straw, and that's a straw bale shredder, or the K brand, and that's actually a forage mixer wagon. So we could put straw in there and use that to distribute, so it'll do both. So that's probably long term for an extra $4,000, a much better option. So the real item we're looking at in the sale today, I would love to get a bale trailer, but I don't think that's going to happen. This could be a great trailer for our milk. I'll be keeping an eye on that. But the real item we're looking for is right here, a harvester. So the Massey, that's the smallest, I believe that's the smallest base game harvester we have. It's $49,000, which we definitely could afford. Has an 8,000 liter capacity, and it has, as far as I can tell, let's see, actually jump back over here. It has the largest header of the small harvester. So it has, the header that comes with it is 6 meters, but the header is 30 grand, guys. That is so steep. We come down and look at a couple of the alternatives. We have the Forts that come down here. They have a 2,300 liter capacity. This one goes up to 28, so not great. This one has a 3,500 liter capacity. We have 56 and 56 here. So I'm thinking we might pick up one of these. The real challenge comes with a 4.2 and a 5.7 meter head. So the 5.7, 7 grand, I think that's probably going to be the best option. This one's a little bit more. Why is this one more expensive? Let's see, 2,300, 25 or 28 for an additional 6 grand, guys. That is a lot of money for a couple extra 1,000 liters. So let's double check. Yeah, this has a 5.7 meter header. I think this is the way we're going to go. 2,300 liter capacity. Well, I guess we should look at this one. This one has 25 to 3,500 liter capacity. What is the cutting width on it, though? 4 meters. So I guess the question comes down, do we want a 4 meter header? Or do we want nearly a 6 meter header to get the work done and a little bit more capacity? 25 to 35. What does it cost to get that capacity up? Let's see, extension 25. So the big one is 3 grand. So we'd be at 13,000. Roof setup. We can get a roof on it. We can get a cabin. We can get nothing. We can pick our color, which is interesting. Oh, it's only really the front, so it doesn't really much matter. I don't know. I mean, 13 grand would leave us with a lot of money, and we're not doing that much harvesting. The problem is, as we increase the size of the fields, this is very, very quickly going to get obsolete at 4 meters of working with. So we're talking about almost 50% more working with the Blue Fort, the 512, 25, 28, 23. That one, what are the headers? So we have some colors. And how do we get the capacity up on this one? There we go. 28, 25. This one not go to 35? So this one goes to 28, and it's an extra $2.5 grand. Man, guys, this is a tough decision. I think we're going to go with the Massey. I think we try to spend as little money as possible here. Go with the extension, and we'll go with, what do we have as far as, yeah, see, it's only that front panel, so it really doesn't matter. Maybe, you know, for $100, we're leaving it red, I'll tell you that much. Then the rim color, can we go black? We can. It's $200, probably not worth it. How about this black? Also 200. Nope, that one is 0. Okay, so we're picking this up for $13.8. Decision made. We're going to regret having such a small working with later, but for right now, that is the best we're going to do. $2,800 for the header. That is great news. Nice and cheap. And we have that done. So the question becomes, what do we want to do with the rest of our money? There were a couple other items in here that were worth looking at. I definitely think we get this for the milk trailer. This is a really cool mod. It does have the watering by hand. So there's a hose on the back. We're not going to be using that, but is worth noting that it is an option. Yeah, we'll get that. 2,500 liters. That'll be our milk trailer for on the farm. And $27,000 for a bale picker. That seems great, but I don't think it's worth it. We are going to need a mixer, and we have to have a way to shred our straw bales. So this is coming home with us. We're going to be a K-brand farm for some reason. I don't know why that is, but it seems like the majority of our equipment comes back that way. And do we trade out our Massey? How much is our Massey worth? $19,000, and it's not fixed up, so we could make more money on that. So I think, yeah, I think we do bring this Massey back with us. We want the skid loader. Is it worth, since we're going to make a little bit of money on it, do we want to get something with the tracks? Let's see. I don't want that. I like the open cab. Yeah, so they have the tracked version, extra $600. I think that's worth doing for the forestry work we're doing and everything else. We haven't had any issues. Who knows? We don't need those. Which tires are free? That's what we care about. The wide trailer boards. Excellent. That's what we want. We're going to leave it at that, so we're going to pick that up as well. We are coming home with a whole bunch of stuff. And going through the rest of the sale, I think everything else we can do without. It's only 4 meter working with. We already have one that's wider than that. The K-brand planter is only 3.2 meters. We could pick up the K-brand mower, but I just don't want to pick up the front. I think we want to pick up like the bat wing will be our big upgrade when the time comes. So just running through here, 62 for a telehandler, way too much money. 11,000 for a mulcher seems like something we're not going to use very much. It would be great to have, but just not necessary for what we're going to need. The Amazon, 4.5 meters, not a big enough change in the working with. Yeah, I mean, I think we are all but done here. We don't need a hay bale. We have plenty of those. We have this big mixer, but I think that's too big for what we want. We're not going to be mixing up that much TMR yet. So, very, very cool. So, it's going to take a couple of trips. How are we going to get the harvester back to the farm? I don't think it's going to fit on the trailer. I don't think there's even a chance of that happening, but in classic realistic cattle ranch challenge form, we will see if we can get the trailer on there. You know, why not? It might fit. We've gotten worse things in better places. There we go. We have a harvester on the farm, guys. They don't even offer a header trailer. They know you're not going to have any problems getting this on. All right, let's check out our ramps. Man, we went from $75,000 to $25,000 real quick and in a hurry there, guys. All right, so there's one wheel on the edge. Ooh, that is going to be tight. Yeah, we missed. Oh, did we miss it enough with the rear, or is the rear going to pull up? No, we got to square up. We're going to fall off here. All right, let's get... Okay. I mean, that is terrifying, but it is... I'm not sure if this is a good decision, guys. Okay, we have that on. I don't think it's worth trying to throw anything else on. I'll drive this guy back. I'll come back up. I think we can get... We might be able to get everything else on in one load if we really work at it. But we do finally have a harvester, which is great because we have our wheat that needs to be harvested. So I'll see you guys back at the farm. We are back on the farm, and we got everything in that second load. It's not pretty. Took me a little bit of time to get things situated. I think our truck suspension is totally bottomed out. We got way too much on there, but we didn't have to take an extra back from the shop. So, what is on the docket for today? Well, we got a couple of things. One, I believe this grass field back here is going to be ready to mow, and it is. So we have to mow that. I'll probably do that at the end of the episode. We have our wheat field to harvest so that we can get to the straw and get that stuff done. But I think while we're on the subject of the wheat field, I think it's time to throw a little bit of storage up. So first we'll save the game before we put any placeables down, just to make sure that we don't lose anything. Every once in a while something a little bit funny happens. So as far as sheds go, I think it's actually under silos. Where is it? I was looking at it the other day. This one right here, 550 bales and or pallets. And I love the way this one looks. It's got a little bit of a rustic look, just like the rest of our farm. So what I'm thinking is I cleared a little bit of a spot over here next to the barn, just making sure that's sort of squared up. We want it just like this. I'm thinking we want to tuck that in right here, be able to throw our implements in there and everything else. So let's see how that goes. Not too bad. It's a little bit uneven. So let's come in here and let's just make sure that we're smooth all the way out and even so that we can, yeah, it's going to take a little bit extra out here to get it to be flat. Okay, so the trick here, come back in. Let's find it again right here. Put it right there, $10,003. That's great. Then now that we've flattened it out around the area, now we can get this to blend in a whole heck of a lot better, because it doesn't blend right on the edges of the building. It's one of my complaints. I mean, the building menu and editor is so much better than it was in Farm Sim 22. So I really don't want to sound like I'm complaining, because it is just worlds better than it was. But, you know, there's always room for a little bit of improvement. I think we want to make that a little tucked in area there for storing some equipment as well. This looks to be a little bit uneven over here. Let's go ahead and just make sure that's all even. So we have a new barn on the property, our new shed. And this, let's check the landscaping. Yeah, that turned out really nice. Oh, we got a little corner there that's a little bit goofy, but we won't see that for very long. So the idea is that'll store our bales and give us a spot to put our Massey Ferguson harvester. So I'm going to go ahead and harvest the wheat field. I'll throw that on a time lapse for you guys. I am hoping at this stage that the capacity of this field, let's see, because we don't have a trailer. What do they think the capacity is going to be? Does it give us, or what's the yield going to be? Soil expected yield 92%, yield potential 100%. Doesn't give us any liters. I suspect, guys, we're going to need a trailer. I don't think this is going to be limited to whatever 3,500 liter capacity. So the middle of this may be us going to get a trailer, but we'll figure all that out when we get there. So I will see you guys when we are done harvesting the field. All right, guys, we did not even make it all around the outside, so we're definitely going to need something for the straw or for the wheat. Now, I was thinking, I'd mentioned previously, we are obviously a cattle ranch, but we talked about getting chickens just purely for the purposes of being able to deal with the wheat. So this is $9,400 and holds 1,000 chickens and would give us an opportunity to have chickens on the farm. And I was thinking we could put them in this little area back here behind the, or next to, what do we go next to? Yeah, what if we put the chickens right here next to our greenhouses? And then the trigger, let's see, the fill trigger is right there, which would be right next to our field. So we could tuck it right there. I think we're going to want to pull that up and flatten that spot real quick just to make sure, once again, that it's nice. But there's a lot of changes going on the farm today. Let's make this as smooth as possible. Run back over to the chickens and grab this guy. And we really don't want that level, do we? That's going to create a problem between the greenhouses and the chicken coop. So let's... Oh, this could be getting ugly here, guys. This could be a reason to save. And we didn't. All right, let's go back in. Let's see about... That's not going to be a lot of leveling. Okay, I think that's going to work out well. Smooth everything down. Back to the chicken area. Let's jump out and see how that turned out. Do have a little bit of a bowl here because of the trees. Not too shabby. Yeah, that area up there with the trees is definitely a little bit of a challenge. But I think we can live with that. So let's go ahead and put the wheat in to our new chicken coop. And get back to harvesting. We'll get all this put in. I will see you guys at the end when we are done with the wheat harvest. Well, guys, that is a wrap on the first harvest of our wheat field here on Sunshine Forest. And I have to say, the 4-meter working width was not really a problem. The 3,500 liter capacity was absolutely necessary. We'll put all of this into our new chicken pen, our new chicken roost, and we'll see how much we got off that field. Maybe 5 empty, so about 15,000. Let's take a look and see. Wow, way more than that. Excuse me, 22,720 liters. That is great. We will get some chickens in there, and we will take our Massey harvester and tuck it into our new shed. And I think the 4-meter header may actually even fit all the way in there. So let's see how far we can get this back and in. Here we go. Oh yeah, like a glove. That's a beauty. Okay, lower that down. Let's go ahead and disconnect it just so there's no tension on it while we're storing it, because we're not going to need it again until next year. And that is exciting. So new Massey harvester on the farm. It did its job well. We have all of this straw over here to go pick up, so we'll get that done as well. But for the rest of this episode, I think we need to get this trailer unloaded, and then we need to get back over to the shop and pick up our animals, and we will probably call it there for this episode. But let's go ahead and we're gonna have some fun here. So first off, this guy, we're just dive bombing him. Let's just, away you go. Nice, perfect. Love this thing. So robust, so tough, easy to get on and off. Turns on an absolute dime. Okay, here we go. Let's get the weights on the back. That is the most critical part. Great, that is done. Turn him off. Now, let's see about getting the ramps extended. While those are working their way out, let's grab the Fiat. And here we go. So first off, we're going to try to get our new milk trailer off. I'm hoping the hitch is high enough to catch it and go right off the side. It is. We win. Cool. I'm excited to have this little trailer on the farm, start getting our milk. We're going to just tuck that right here for the minute. And then we're going to run back over here and attempt to back up on here and grab our feed mixer, which more importantly for right now is going to be our bale shredder as well. Ooh, that is far over on that edge. Can we get it? Oh, we did. It wasn't pretty. Even got the wheels on the ramps like a professional. That's a nice looking setup right there, guys. We are starting to look legitimate here. I am excited. All right, let's get this guy back into the new shed. Perfect. Done and done. All right, and I think the last piece before we switch trailers and head back over to the shop, we've got to get the seed out of here. No, we don't want to open the door. Let's get the ramps put away while we're at it. While that is working, grab our Massey. Let's see about hooking that seed pallet. I think it's going to be a bit of finagling it in underneath it. Oh, look at that. Like a pro. Starting to get pretty good with this thing. think we'll leave that right here. We'll probably just end up putting that right into the seeder. There's really no point in storing it anywhere else. I'm going to grab our animal trailer, and I will see you guys back up at the shop for picking up the next round of animals. See you guys in just a minute. We are at the animal dealer. It has been an incredibly productive morning. Still have $27,000 in the bank. Feeling really good about having some cash on hand. Let's look at these animals. This is yesterday. Yesterday is overall as good. Okay. 13-month-old from the Czech Republic. Very good. Usually we don't buy animals this expensive, but you know, we're landing on we're hitting the tables at the casino, I guess, and we're making money, so why not? Very bad, bad. We don't need any more bulls. Princess, the only Holstein cow or heifer, is in bad shape from Japan, too. Could be some Wagyu beef there, but no such luck. We don't need a Holstein bull. Angus, we got Smith, who's very good. 45 months old for a $5,000 animal. Yikes, guys. Is she pregnant? I don't know how we would tell, because it said you could buy pregnant animals. So this is a very good animal, only 13 months old, from Russia. I think we buy that one. Average, extremely good, 11 months coming home with us. Good, very bad, extremely low, and very bad. Wow, this poor animal from France is not in good shape. Okay, we don't need any Angus bulls. Limousine, 11 months old and very good. Yeah, I like that one as well. How many do we have? 2, 3, 4. We can fit one more in this load. These are all bad, very bad. Wow, lots of not good animals. Good, very bad, very bad. Oh, that's the bull. And a very good 1-month-old water buffalo for $238. Yeah, I think those are going to be the 5. Okay, excellent. Lots of different animals in here. Okay, we're not quite at the point of needing a bigger trailer, but we're gonna start getting there pretty soon. I will see you guys back at the ranch. I got one more building surprise for this episode, and then we'll head on out. See you guys in a second. Back on the ranch, guys. Let's get these animals situated here. So I think we have one heifer that can go directly into the breeding pen. So let's give that a quick look. 13 months. So this one go directly into the breeding pen. Too young. This one go directly into the breeding pen. Obviously too young. Obviously too young. So we'll move the young ones. Do I want to move 3 animals? Yes, it was 3. Just making sure. I thought for a second there it might be 2. Okay, then we have our 2 over here. Gonna have to sort of swing out and get a better angle at the trigger on this side. So let's go around the bales. And we are heading right here. And these lovely ladies are gonna go right here. So move selected, 2 into husbandry. Yes, they are in there. Great. And we can tuck our trailer back in on the side over here. Excellent. Drop it off. Okay. So we are in really good shape. I think the last thing I want to do, I had an idea and now I'm not sure it's going to work. So let's take a quick look here. With our animals, we should have 1 limousine. Okay, so we need to rename all of our animals, which I can do between episodes. This is our first limousine. and I have a name for him. So this limousine is going to be named Uno, because they are the first animal born on the farm. So have that one named. Okay, what we're going to do between episodes is get the bales cleaned up. The idea I want to jump up into flight mode here for you guys and give you a quick idea of what I'm thinking about. So right now, I'm loving the way the farmyard or the ranch yard's turning out. We have our open pasture over here. This is basically our breeding pasture, our greenhouses, and our new chicken coop over there, which is going to work out really well. Our new storage shed for bales and our cow barn. Now, because we're having calves, we're going to have bulls. We already have 2 water buffalo bulls. One of them obviously is not as high quality as the other. So I don't want to keep the sort of secondhand bulls in the barn, and I don't want to keep them in the breeding pasture because I don't want them breeding with our heifers or our cows. So I think we're going to take another open pasture just like this and put it catty corner right over here where the bales are, and that will be our sort of growing pen, where animals that we're keeping until they're of higher value and just feeding them hay and just keeping them moving and that kind of stuff go over here. But they're not for breeding, they're not for milk, and they're not to give birth to calves. They're just animals that we're aging out of the farm and will eventually sell. So I think, or eventually sell. So I think that's the plan. You can see our ranch coming together. We have our grass field. We have our wheat field over there with all that straw on it. We got to get picked up. And then we have our other grass field over here. So guys, I'm super excited. I see this area back behind the barn where we put our new shed sort of turning into a bit of the farmyard. We'll get some more vehicle storage, maybe something next to the greenhouses. And eventually I see that area back in the trees, and we have to buy some more land. But I think we're going to put a big winter barn in there to keep our animals out of the cold once our herd starts getting really, really big. So super excited about what happened this episode. Loved having a little bit of money to spend. I think we spent it really intelligently and on things that are going to make a big difference for the farm. And, we got our first wheat harvest. We'll get some chickens next episode, and I will see you guys soon. So thanks so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and we'll see you in the next one. We are going to jump right in, guys. We have straw to pick up that I left out from last episode. I did get it all windrowed up. Just want to double check real quick here that we have 180 centimeter bales selected. We are good to go. So I got the straw windrowed up. I also went ahead and cut our first grass field. I windrowed and baled and wrapped all of that. So we have, I think it was 12 more silage bales, maybe 13. Well, they're currently grass bales, but they'll be fermenting into silage bales shortly in our shed and all cleaned up and ready to go. And now we're going to do the straw from our wheat harvest. Once that is done, then we have to get straw into the barn using our mixer. I was debating, we have all the ingredients to make TMR, so we could take some straw, some hay, and some silage and make a batch of TMR for the barn, which would give us the most milk we could get from the cows in there once they give birth. So it might be worthwhile to do a batch of TMR and throw it in there. We'll just have to wait and see. Regardless, we need to do straw. We also have a little bit of a challenge coming up. We have a couple of water buffalo bulls, which we knew, and we had one we bought young, and then we found a better one And now they're both of breeding age, and one is clearly of higher quality than the other. So we don't want the lower quality one breeding. We do want to grow it, feed it, and let it grow up, and then sell it. But we need to get a separate pen set up for the sort of livestock that we're just keeping until the value. We're probably going to sell most of our animals between $3,000 and $4,000 if they aren't of value for giving birth or for breeding purposes or for milk or something else on the farm. So we have that to put up today. And then we also have, I was looking at putting up a calf igloo to start pulling our calves out of the barn so we can take better care of them early on and make sure that they have everything they need and are well taken care of. So a couple of small projects to do. We are still in August. It was a lot of work to get done. So we'll probably get out of August before the end of the episode and into September. We just have to get those projects done because I'm sure we'll have more eligible animals. And we just have to have all of our cattle in their correct pens, fed with the right food, and ready to go. I did, between episodes as well, you guys can see our chicken coop over there. Actually, when we turn around here, I will jump out and show you guys. So real quick, I went in and I bought, I think it's 6 hens and 1 rooster. So you can see different ages, different sizes. So we do have a rooster, so they can reproduce. The chickens have the same, features and traits as the rest of the animals. So I went through and I bought all of the very good, very high, extremely high, the high-ranking chickens, including our rooster, who is only 2 months old. But we have some very high-quality chickens. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chickens and 1 rooster for 7 total animals. They will be reproducing once that rooster becomes of age. But that's really just to give us some eggs as an additional source of income and give us something to do with the wheat. Because if you remember, the rules of the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge are we're not allowed to do any productions outside of dairy related and the 2 base game greenhouses that we have. So it doesn't make sense to me at least, to sell the wheat. We could wait for the best price and we could, try to get the most out of it and all that kind of stuff. But, we're not really going to make money on the wheat, and putting, the money into a silo to me just doesn't make sense, because we'd have to buy a silo to store the wheat until it got to the best price. We'd have to have a trailer to transport it. And this way we have the bare minimum equipment. We have just the harvester to harvest the field. We already have a planter. We already have a tractor. We already have all the other equipment we need, but we're not taking on the overhead of a silo and a trailer and finding a place to put the silo and a place to store the trailer, just so that we can wait and sell wheat, which is not a particularly profitable crop, and we don't really get that much of it either. I mean, we'd be talking about making, I can tell you right now, we got what, 20, I think it was 27,000 liters of wheat. So if we come in and check the price menu and scroll down to wheat, at its best, it's not even $400. So we're talking about making like $9,000 to $10,000 off this field. And I think with the minimal investment, the chicken coop was $7,900. I think the chickens were like $264 total for all 7. Our first pallet of eggs is going to be worth a couple of thousand, and over the time we're going to be on the map, if we continue to get eggs and sell them, I think that's sort of a passive source of income without having all that overhead costs. And those chickens in Farming Simulator, as you guys know, tend to be a pretty prolific breeding animal. So once they get going, they give birth every 2 months. So we've got a little bit of time before our rooster's ready, and the rest of our hens are ready. But when they are, that coop is going to flush out with lots and lots of animals pretty quickly. So I think it's just the most efficient way to use what we have on the farm we also don't want to be taking the attention away from the cattle, right? And that's what we're here for. The chickens are easy. We dump the food in. It's right next to the field. And, you know, when the eggs stack up, we go grab them and we throw them on the trailer with the lettuce and we go sell them. It'll be nice and easy. So that's how we're going to handle the wheat, at least for now. And that was a good amount of an update and everything else, because we are done with our straw field. We got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bales. So not bad at all. Turn the baler off and let's head. Oh, got a couple of little spots over here I missed apparently. So let's grab these. Alright, got them. And a couple of 1,200 liters towards the next bale. Not bad at all. So let's get the baler parked and put away. We're going to have to figure out a new place to store everything, because we've sort of been using the woods over here, mainly because we didn't have any additional space. But we're going to start having more space. So I'm not even sure where we had this. I thought it was over here, but there isn't a lot of space for it. So let's see. Tuck it in here on the end, since it's one of our most used pieces of equipment. Perfect. Now, let's go solve a couple of those problems we talked about. I'm excited. We're going to start with our night mixing wagon that we picked up last episode. We're going to put some straw in there and go put that in the barn. So I think we will... How do I want to do this? I think we just want to sort of flip this around and we use the Massey to load it up. Only going to put one bale in it to start, so we'll park this right here, the low side out, and the chute in. And then first person on the Massey seems to be working well. Let's go grab a bale over here. And then we have to put up one more outdoor pasture, and I'd like to put up a calf igloo before we proceed on to September. We are going to have to get that wheat field replanted. I have to check. I'm not sure. Is the Great Plains planter, is it direct drill? It probably isn't, because it's base game. So we'll have to see if we need to get a cultivator to get this field replanted, or how we're going to handle that. So we'll take a look at that in just a minute. I'm thinking we might just grab two. These are probably the biggest bales we're going to carry. These are 11,000 liters each. Yeah, it's struggling a little bit. We get them up high enough we can see underneath them. We can. Not a lot. One's sagging a little bit, but not a big deal. So let's get these thrown into the mixing wagon, which will break them up, and then we're just going to put these right into the barn. We have to check the barn before we make too much TMR, because it doesn't have a huge food capacity. And we have, I know we have hay in there, I know we have silage in there, so we have to sort of let them eat some of that down as well. So let's see, through the bushes and shrubs, through the brush. Let's see. I think maybe we try to get one. We can get both in. Let's see. Let's look up and see how well we're doing. Can we pull that one off too? Looks like it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this thing only holds 11,900 liters, and our bales are 11,000 each. So they definitely fill this thing up. So here we go. We may have to consider making some... Does this thing turn on? Oh, it does. Love that. Let's get in here where we can see what's going on. And do we need to open it? We unfold it? What is the command here for getting the straw out? That was not what I expected to happen. Let's pop the menu open and take a look. Let's see. Detach, we don't want to do that. Park, we're not doing that. Unload here, Control I, we don't want to force unload. We want to just unload. I'm going to jump out here real quick and just close these doors, so we can get a better, one, view of what we're doing, and two, a better approach angle. So let's see, we'll jump in, get in real nice and close. Yeah, it is not interested in unloading. That is surprising. Okay, second option, let's jump into the menu and turn on the triggers. Maybe we don't end up wanting to use the mixing wagon to drop these in. Maybe there's a different spot. Let's see. We have the animal dealer there. We have the slurry there. I'm wondering maybe the hay, maybe the straw comes in here. So let's grab the Massey. The learning experience. Massey's almost completely hidden in that bush. Let's grab the Massey. Let's grab the shovel out of the way, and then we'll try backing the mixer wagon in. And if that's the case, then we'll just mix food. We won't shred the bales, because we can just drop bales in there. And that'll be nice and easy. So turn off the menu so we can see a little better. Grab our shovel, which is going to be necessary because we're going to be picking up manure here. Alright, so that's out of the way. Alright, ladies, you guys stay inside. Don't do anything crazy. We're going to go outside camera for this. Alright, ladies, excuse me, we're coming in. Come on. Ooh, it is snappy coming around with that trailer. Okay, so it took the bales and we can dump the straw. So let's dump it. There's the chute. Got a couple cows hanging out real close to the mixing wagon. That calf in the background is very happy to be finally getting straw and not sleeping on the concrete anymore. Very exciting stuff for them. Alright. Yeah, that looks nice. That's going to fill up most of the barn. How much does that hold? Let's see. The cow barn, straw, I mean, that's 19. We're going to get 22. It probably holds, what, about 30? 27? Something like that? We'll have to see. Okay. That was successful. And let's jump out and close the gate before any of them decide to make a run for it. Be much happier now with their straw bedding down. And then let's take a look at their food real quick. So their capacity, they're at 18,000 out of what I think is a 30,000 liter capacity. They got hay and silage. I mean, we can make some total mixed ration. They're not going to get a ton out of it. So let's try real quick. Let's turn everything off. We got too many things running here. Let's put the shovel back where it belongs, back over here for pulling out manure. Just tuck it in right there and push it up against the gate. Excellent. All right, now let's go grab a bale. And I'm thinking, so it has, what, an 11,900 liter capacity. So we're going to have to do some figuring out of which bales, what size is going to be best for us. I think I was going to grab one out of there, but let's just go grab one out of the shed and mix it all over there. We have grass bales, we have hay bales, and we have silage bales all over here in the shed. So, not sure where they're going to pop out, so we'll give it a little bit of space. Alright, we want 1 round bale grass, lime, hay, seed, grass, lime. Are we all getting the same things? Round bale grass. Do we not have any silage in here? Like none of these fermented? That's crazy. Alright, well, let's get a hay bale out. Or 6. Not what we meant to do, but, you know, we'll make it work. Alright, so I think the way this is going to work, it's going to be tough to get straw into our TMR mix because of how small our mixer is. So we'll grab a silage bale or 2 out of our sort of backup storage over here. This is going to be awfully tight to get these out. Say it's going to be tight and then sort of handle it like a pro. We are hitting the wall. Turn away from the wall. Don't lose it. Nice. Alright, so these are 5,500 liters each. And that means that we're going to start with 1. Give me 1. There we go. And I'm trying to figure out, we got to figure out the mixed ratio here. That will pull off right there. Beautiful. Let's go grab our hay bale and then let's check our mix ratio. I have to put some of these hay bales back. We got way too many out. So I think the first thing we have to do to make the TMR is get the tractor turned back on, get the mixer wagon turned back on, and then we will be able to check the mix as we do it. So we may have to do a little bit of the dunking technique where you know, put a little bit in and don't drop the whole bale. So turn this on. Turn the mixer on. We're at 5,500. We need the display up. So we are good to go with the silage. Now let's add the hay. Alright guys, this is going to be an experience for both of us. Look up a little bit more. And here we go. I wish it would tell us how full the wagon is in total. Right, because I'm thinking what we want to do here to make this stuff last is go grab a straw bale and finish off that mix with straw. So if we put in 1 silage bale, then we put in hay until it's equal. That's what we're doing right now. Then we put a straw bale in. We'll see if that's just going to be the recipe. Is this silage, then even it out with hay, and then top it off with straw. And I think that will potentially be the right recipe. So let's grab a couple of bales from over here. May as well bring 2 back this trip. No point in bringing only 1 back. This has turned into quite an adventurous episode. I don't usually make TMR by hand. This is both fun and challenging. I'm used to just putting it all in a silo, pull a big truck up when you're ready to take some out, and, you know, fill it up to however many liters you want, and away you go. But we're doing it the real way now, the realistic way, all in quotes, right? Okay, so let's see. Let's grab this guy. Let's bring him down a little bit. Super. And away we go. Don't mind us chickens, just running some straw back. Gonna have to figure out sort of a mixing station setup wherever we park the Fiat with the mixer wagon on it. Alright, so we definitely don't want to use 2 bales. I don't like having partial bales unless we have to. So let's get rid of one of these. Excellent. So the hope is that if we just top off the mix we have in there now with this straw bale, we will keep it in the green. It'll be full. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so it's full. Didn't take much. Cool. So we have made TMR, guys. That was super exciting. Let's get that put into the barn with the cows. See if the Fiat has a turning radius to get this done. It does. That's nice. So I'm marking out here how wide we have to turn a little bit because that's where we're going to put the next cattle pen. Okay, so we are ready to go. Let's go ahead and dump that in. TMR for the win. Oh, this is a big, exciting day, guys. That is really, really cool. I don't know. It might take all of it. It'll be pretty close. Let's get the interactive zone markers turned off. Don't need those on anymore. Coming down. We're at the bottom third. Because we have one cow in there now who is producing milk. And the others will be soon. So it took all but 178 liters. That is all right. Okay. We did TMR. And that was very, very exciting. So the remainder of this episode, we have to get a new cow pasture put in to get our sort of a livestock pen. To get the animals that we don't want mixing with the rest put away. And we had to pull through that set of bushes right there where the feed thing is in order to get turned around here appropriately. So I'm thinking bring this guy like right out here. No, I don't want to customize a cow pasture. Yes, I want to plant meadow. Cool. That went very well. Okay, so then step 2 of this process is we want to put down a, I believe, a left-sided, a left-oriented igloo. So these hold 5 calves. Zoom in and let's get a look. And I'm thinking if we put them right here, they'll be right across from the barn. Be able to put another one next to it once I move the milk trailer, and it won't interfere with anything. We'll have access to both sides to get them food and water. So, cool. We have an igloo. Let's check. I want to check the ground on the igloo. Yeah, we have this huge bump here. That is not going to work. So, can we smooth that out, or do we need to replace it? Oh, it looks like it's smoothed out pretty nice. Let's just try to hit the whole thing here. That doesn't seem too bad. Let's check. Yeah, we got a little bit of a high spot here. I'm wondering if we need to place the other calf igloo, because I want to have 2, because they only hold 5 animals, and we're going to have more than 5 calves here pretty soon. Like in the next, I think, 3 months, we're going to have 6 or 7, because we have several heifers that are pregnant with triplets. So let's get this guy out of the way. Let's jump back over here, and let's do this. Into the construction menu. Let's go ahead and sell this guy back. That's okay. We're going to put him back in a second. But let's grab this level and bring it all the way out. I want to make sure we have enough room to smooth this out and that both of our calf igloos are on the same level. To look nicely placed Guess we can start with the right one because we're going to put both. So I think that goes right there. And then the left one goes right. Does it go back one? No, it's right there. Okay, then we come back in with the soften tool. We soften everything up. Smooth it all out. Nice and buttery smooth. We'll give it a quick paint with some gravel, because we don't do concrete out here on the ranch. Everything is gravel based. And I think we're going to want to bring this road right down here as well. I have to do a little bit of landscaping there at a later date. Just to smooth it out so it doesn't look quite like a gravel pad everywhere. Does that need smoothing as well? Could just be the way the grass looks. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, that looks good, guys. Yep. Very, very nice. So, first step, we come over here. We grab our rope, our leash. Got to get away from the trigger a little bit. Alright, we are there. Alright, information. First off, we got our new calf. 0 months old. Alright, its mother, its father, both in. It's interesting it doesn't give us the names of their mother and father since we nicknamed them. But that is okay. So I actually have to come to this menu, select him, or her, I should say. Move selected, yes. Take them up to the calf igloo. We're going to move selected, husbandry. Very good. Then we got to come down here and get the water buffalo bull that we don't want reproducing with the rest of our herd. And I believe that's Admiral. Let's see. Admiral is high, but Slow Oni is very high and extremely high. Yeah, so Admiral, buddy, you get to live a life of luxury and just eat grass in the pen next door until you're worth $3,000 or thereabouts, and then we will deposit you. We will sell you off. Move to selected. Excellent. So we are making good progress. Okay, so I will go ahead and get the calves. Well, actually, let's get the calves fed real quick. The bull can eat grass. I'm not worried about that. What do the igloos take? I don't even know. All right. So they take everything. Total mix ration, water, and straw. So we can do that, guys. We have 176 liters of TMR to get them started. I'll give them more. I'll make another batch between episodes. But for right now, we can just swing up here with our brand new TMR. Okay, there we go. Let's say I gotta get a trigger here. All right, they have TMR, which is great. We want them to be fed. Let's go ahead and leave that there. We'll grab the water tanker. I think I'm going to move that water spigot as well. It doesn't really make sense where it is now. Maybe we'll put it further down by the calf igloos. I'm not sure yet, but we'll find a better spot for it. Wonder how much water a calf igloo holds. Let's see. Should be right here, I imagine. Started with 7,500. Took 400. Okay, so these are going to be labor intensive to have our calves in the igloos, which is fine. That's what we're here for. This is where the realistic part of it comes in. All right, we'll pull this back over here and maybe top off the greenhouses. See if they need anything. Yep, they are unloading. And then we have a straw bale on the Massey, so we can just go ahead and bring that over and give that calf straw. Ooh, greenhouse was thirsty. Okay, here we go. Okay, that one's done. I'm going to leave that guy emptying. We'll jump into the Massey. And bring this over. I assume the trigger is the same. Do we need to leave it? Might have to turn triggers on. Oh yeah, it took a bunch. Okay, so now outside of food, which we know we have to make another batch of TMR, yeah, they took 1,800 straw, 400 water, and they'll take more TMR. So the calf igloos are good to go, guys. That is super exciting to have on the ranch. So that's all we're going to get done for today. We did not make it to September because I have to make one more batch of TMR. But I'll get that TMR made up, and I will see you guys in September for the next episode. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and we'll see you in the next one. We made it to September, guys, and it is time to get some pallets loaded and sold. We got that last batch of TMR made up. We got the calf igloos all topped off. We got the animals moved wherever they needed to be. We are back in need of moving animals again today. We have some more heifers that need to go into the breeding pen. So we'll get to that in just a minute. But most importantly, we had a quick discussion last episode about the wheat field and whether or not our Great Plains seeder would direct drill, and it does not direct drill. So that was going to be a problem. So I did some looking between episodes at the options. We could pick up a cultivator. There were a couple that weren't too bad. But I found the Massey Valtra Cedar Pack on ModHub that has a better working width and does direct drill as well. So we picked up a new cedar to get that done. And in doing so, we sold our existing Great Plains for about $27,000. And I think the new cedar was $6,000. So we pocketed some money on that one, got a better working width, and don't need a cultivator, which will be good because we are not an arable farm. We're not here to get all that stuff done. We're here because we want to raise cattle, and having to do all the extra arable work is not top on our priority list. So grabbing the leash here real quick. I know we have a couple of animals, at least one that is eligible right here. Slow Queen can be moved. There's that one's still pregnant. Beautiful Liberty can be moved. So let's move selected to the trailer. And let's run these over to our breeding pen. Go ahead and put them in. We did have several animals get pregnant overnight. So we'll take a look in here. I think we had two that did not. So Queen can move back over. Rogue's our bull. Silver is pregnant now. And then we have our Water Buffalo bull. So we'll move these two ladies back over to the birthing barn. I think there was one more animal that needs to be moved back over. Let's take a quick look at that. I think it was one of the water buffalo. Yeah, no suitable animal. Yep, so there we go. So we have all the animals. basically where they need to be. Nope, no need to throw the leash there, guy. It'll be okay. And get Wild Eye moved on over. What a funny name. So, that is all done. Leave the leash over here by the water. And no new calves. I think we're due for a couple next month. I did go through our birthing barn, and we actually had 2 calves that we bought in a previous episode that were ready, that were, you know, calves 1 or 2 months old. So we moved them into the igloo as well. So we have 3 of them over here keeping each other company. And we'll run up to the shop real quick, get this stuff sold. Let's see. I did some landscaping, put in a gravel path over there, some trees and shrubs, did some grass around here, opened this up. You can see over there on the right, just behind the truck, we moved the water spigot back to this side to make this sort of the main cut through around the greenhouses. And there is our new case planter, ready to go, looking good. That may actually not even be the case, the Massey Valtra mod. It's not. So I downloaded that one and the case. That's what it was. The Massey Valtra one did not have as wide a working width, so we went with a case. So I'm going to run this up to the store. We've got a purchase to make up there. I'll see you guys soon. We are here at the shop. Let's check and see where the lettuce has the best price. It is back at the sell everything in the corner. We can get there for sure. So today's purchase, we need to find a manure spreader, which will also, because of the crossover mod, allow us to do lime. So I'm thinking we're going to get lime on our wheat field as well as manure when the time comes. So there we go. Made a couple grand on those. So let's jump into the store. As always, start with the sale and see what we find. And if not, I've got a couple of good options. So starting at the bottom with the new stuff, 29,000. That's a huge manure spreader, way bigger than we need. The John Deere square baler. That's a nice piece of equipment. We're not doing square bales. Don't need the Kubota. A couple plows, a couple huge tractors. We have the Precision Farming Sprayer, the K-brand planter. I think a lot of this stuff we're getting back into. Now, some of this is still new. Let's see. I think, yeah, now we are officially back in. So, like, we have this, like, you know, cultivator here that we could have used on our wheat field, but it's $25,000. And that's just, we're just not making that much money. So, let's look at a manure spreader. Slide down to the yield improvement section. And I downloaded 3 mods. I got this Hagdorn or Hajdorn off of a modder site. This is a super cool mod, very detailed, looks really, really good. $52,000, not something that we're going to be able to purchase today, but maybe we work up to something like that. So I've got the John Deere Model 34, holds 6 meters of manure or lime with an 8-meter spread. Nice and cheap at $32.50. But the Strublitz, or the Stroutman, is upgraded. It has a 12.5 meter capacity and works at 6.5 meters wide. So it's a slightly smaller working width, but holds a lot more. And I think because we're going to be doing lime with it as well, I think it's definitely worth getting the bigger capacity. So that takes it up to $46.50. Comes stock with BKT tires. $800 for wider tires. I guess we're skipping that. And then we have red or galvanized. What does, oh, I think it's this front piece. So for $4,600, I think this is the way to go. We'll get the lime put down on the field and increase our wheat yield, which will help. And then we will also be able to start spreading manure on our grass fields and everything else. So that is going to be a big improvement on our yield. And we'll, you know, the wheat, we don't care so much about the yield, but the grass will start making a big difference. We'll get more per cut once we can get everything done. I also think we should buy I don't know how much lime. I always feel like you should just buy a boatload of lime because you go through it so fast. Our fields are not very big, so I don't know. We'll buy, I mean, it's $3,600 for 8 of them. I feel like, you know, if we have it and we need it again later, it'll be okay. So 8 bags of lime, plus I think we have 2 of the pallets back there already as well. All right, so I'm going to get this stuff loaded onto the trailer. You guys have seen me use the telehandler enough. You don't need to watch me practice anymore. But I will catch up with you guys when we are back at the farm, and we got come back up here with the animal trailer and get some more animals. So we'll be back shortly. We are back on the farm, guys. It occurred to me after I started loading up the lime that I could put most of it into the lime spreader and not have to handle the bag. So only put 2 in the back because we were full otherwise. And then besides that, I went ahead and got the rest loaded in there, which helped out quite a bit. All right. What is making all that racket over here? It's almost like the greenhouse is getting watered, but it isn't. So no big deal. All right, I think the next step is going to be to get this wheat in the field. I'll go ahead and throw this on a time lapse for you guys, and then we'll come back with the lime spreader after that, and maybe even talk about spreading some manure, depending how much we have. So I will see you guys when we're done. That's a wrap on the wheat planting, guys. This case planter was a joy to use. Not only was it wider than our other planter, our old one, but it also, I think the working speed was like 11 miles an hour, which was, I want to say the old one was maybe 7 or 8. It just felt so much better having that extra working speed and the extra working width. A really nice planter, really nice seeder, and we can do fertilizer, and if we ever needed to, I don't think we will because we have the cow manure coming out now, but just glad to have that done and have that new piece of equipment on the farm. Let's get the liming done so we can get back up to the store and check and see what's going on with the livestock this month. So let's see if we can get up here and get connected. Great. Pop out. We gotta go release the straps on everything. Also release the straps on the truck. Get those bags out of here one way or the other. We put them in here or use them for something else. Alright. Our first lime application of the series. Do we have to unfold this thing? Okay, so we do unfold it. Okay, so it works just like a manure spreader. Got it. And do we turn on? Let's see. Unfolded. Deactivate automatic application rate. We're good with that. Turn on manure spreader. All right. Away we go around the outside. Let's see how far 12,000 liters of lime make it. We always go through lime really, really fast. So Not going to hold our breath, but we're hopeful that we're going to get at least most of it all the way around. We have 2 spare bags, so 4,000 liters in the bed of the International. And we have, I think, 2 pallets of lime from our one of our initial purchases. There was some in the sale. Try to pick up lime and seed whenever we see it in the sale, because there's just, you're always going to need it, and why pay full price for it if you don't have to? So this is not going too terribly well. Well, I mean, we are burning through it. We're almost 2,000 liters down and haven't made it all the way around the headlands yet. That is a very narrow working width. But we're getting it. It'll be alright. So let's get up here. Flip it around. Got to get this little spot on the outside here that we missed the first time getting set up. Then we'll go in reverse order around this way. I think we're going to go through probably all of our lime and then some if we really want to get this field totally done. We might just lime whatever we can and call it good enough. We should get lime on the grass fields, because that will make a significant difference in our yield, and that's what our cows are eating between hay and silage. We still have a couple grass bales, but they're not eating much of that anymore. You know, that's our bread and butter. That's where we're going to make and save the most money, is if we can get more out of each cutting of the grass, we'll be in good shape. So probably going to run back up to the store at some point and pick up a lot more lime so we can get a base coat on all of our fields. This is not going too terribly. We are working our way down. Get that turned off. I think one more loop around the outside, and then we'll maybe try some ups and downs. I want to get a head count on our cattle here probably by the end of the episode today, sort of see where we are in regards to numbers. You know, my guess is we're gonna have the 300 cattle necessary for the challenge long before we're gonna have the $4 million. I think the $4 million is going to take a lot more time than the 300 cattle. And that's fine. You know, the expectation is we can sell some of the cattle too to make money. So sometimes, you know, just having cattle that we're raising and feeding and taking care of and are eventually going to get sold back is, you know, that's one of our sources of income once that starts happening. So just want to get an idea of, you know, sort of where we are on the numbers. We have a number of calves set to be born relatively soon here. I think we're going to have 9 to 12 calves in the next couple of months, which will be great news for us. So that'll help our cattle holdings as well. Oh, missed a little spot there coming back at it. That's okay. But yeah, I think getting a good assessment of where we are going to keep buying animals, but we don't want to just spend all of our money on cattle for no reason. You know, we want to buy the right cattle. And as of right now, we've been sort of indiscriminately purchasing, whether they're dairy animals or whether they're beef cattle, just to keep animals on the farm. And I don't think we're going to get away from one or the other, but we may end up with like a milking barn. We may end up with a beef cattle pasture or barn. We just sort of got to start making a plan here. And I know we just put in another pasture and the 2 igloos last episode, and we're already using those, and that's great. You know, I do expect when we're all said and done with this playthrough that we're going to, you know, probably have 7, 8, 9 barns enclosures to get everything going and keep things moving. You know, we're not just going to put them all in one big pen and, you know, set them loose. want to sort of manage and make sure that everyone's getting everything they need, and there's no reason to feed TMR to our bulls because they're not producing any milk. We really don't even need to be giving, the bulls can be surviving on hay, which is by far the easiest thing for us to make. Whereas our dairy cows or our, you know, pregnant heifers, when they give birth and they're producing milk, you know, we want to be getting the most out of that we can. And I don't think, you know, I have to double check the mod, but I don't think the beef cattle, the Limousine and the Angus, are going to produce milk when they have offspring. So if that's the case, even having them in the birthing barn with the TMR doesn't make sense, because we're not going to get any milk out of them. So we'll have to check that. I think we have a couple of those animals getting ready to give birth in the next couple of months. But, you know, if we need to have a completely separate sort of beef barn and then a milk barn, well, by all means, we should make that happen. So that was not bad with the lime, guys. We got that down. We still have 3,700 liters left, which is nice. I have a little bit of that spot on the way out. All right, that worked out quite well. The working width is a little narrower than I'd like, but, you know, that's, beggars can't be choosers. Let's grab these 2 bags of lime out of the bed of the truck. I think we should be able to get lime on at least one of the grass fields of what we have left. I'm thinking our number 2 grass field over here is going to be a bit smaller, so maybe we just fill that one up, or we put lime on that one when the time comes. But for now, let's go ahead and get this tucked into the barn. Don't want our lime sitting out in case it rains. Nice and easy. Nailed it the first try. Never a doubt. Okay. So, next order of business is going to be getting up to the shop and checking out what livestock is available there. So, I'm going to get this trailer parked a little better and sort of out of the way. I'll grab our animal trailer, and I will see you guys up at the dealer. We are up at the animal dealer. I did grab 2 more bags of lime from the shop on our way by. Maybe picking up a few of those every trip up here just to try to keep the supply on the farm in good order. But let's jump in and see what kind of animals we have. Average, very bad, very bad. We'll skip those. This Holstein is very good, 14 months old, could go right into the breeding pen. That could be a good animal for us, probably mark that one. This one looks to be even better and is 13 months old, so we'll take that one. Good, very bad, good, we'll skip. A bull named Magic, that's funny. Let's see, good, very bad. We've lots of Angus bulls. Look at all those Angus bulls, guys. Limousine, not much to see there. Water buffalo, here's a very good water buffalo. And it was a selection was slim today. So by select, we bought 3 animals, guys. Not a whole lot, but we'll take what we can get. Run these guys back to the farm, and I'll see you guys there. Back at the ranch, guys. I did leave the Fiat in a terrible spot, but that is okay. So let's grab the 2 Holsteins that are ready. We actually come in here and... Okay, so we can rename them, it looks like, after we move them. So these 2 are going to go into the breeding pen. We'll come down here. This is a new one for us, Faye, and we are in September of year 2. And then Sadie, we are in September of year 2. All good, all done. Right back. We don't need to do anything more with that. Let me jump out here and let's get the Fiat moved out of the way. Fiat is looking like it's putting in work. Lime all over the tires, dirt all over the tractor. It's a hard-working tractor. Alright, back over to the truck. Swing the corner here. And we'll drop a little further. There we go. Drop this guy off. Move to husbandry. Excellent. Where did he go? Right here. Rename. Sleepy Molly in September of year 2. That is good news. Let's just for fun, let's see if we can go get some milk. I think it's going to be just the tiniest bit of milk. I don't think it's going to be anything to even, write home about or get excited about or anything else. But we should have milk, so let's go check out and see if we can get some out, because we haven't gotten any milk out yet, guys. We're in year 2 and just getting to our first batch of milk here, so we got to sort of back in around these doors. Kick it over. 140 liters of milk. We're taking it. It's not going to get us very far, but we do have milk being produced on the farm. That is good news, exciting news. And once the rest of the animals give birth, we will be in much better shape in regards to the milk. So let's check on our animals as we wrap up today. It was a good episode for September. So jumping into the menu, we have our birthing barn. We have two pregnant water buffaloes, 20 and 40%. We have the new adolescent we just picked up. Misty was the first heifer we had to give birth. She gave birth to Uno, who's over in the igloo. She's still in recovery. We have Silver, who's 10 months or 1/10 of the way through gestation. Now, Loud Bossy is going to have 3 babies tomorrow. Nirvana is pregnant. Haka is pregnant. Choco is pregnant. Okay, Sprinkles is going to have 3 babies tomorrow. So that's 6 babies in October, guys. Let's see. Sweetie is pregnant. That's going to be 7 babies next month. Patches is still pregnant, has a couple more months to go. And then in regards to the Angus, Light is 80% of the way there. Bubbles 60, Shadow 40, and Queen 10. So we could have 7 babies on the farm tomorrow, which would be crazy. So breeding pasture, we have our water buffalo bull, 1 water buffalo female. We have a limousine, 2 Holsteins we just dropped off, and a brown Swiss. Our Angus bull and 2 Angus heifers that are waiting to get pregnant. So we have a lot of animals looking to get pregnant. The 1 calf igloo is empty. The other one has the 3 babies, the 2-month-old water buffalo, the 1-month-old limousine, and the 3-month-old Angus. They're doing well. They have lots of food, lots of water. Our chickens are growing well, and then our livestock pasture has Admiral, our second best water buffalo bull. He's a perfectly fine animal, but our other bull is a higher quality, so we want him breeding with all the rest of the cows. So guys, that was a great episode for September. Got the wheat back in the ground. Love the new planter. Excited that we got lime down. I think we're going to be ready to cut this grass. It might be ready right now. Let's see. Yeah, this looks, let's see, pop up. That looks like that might be truly ready to harvest or ready to cut. So maybe I'll cut the grass between episodes and put lime down on this field. The other one we cut last month, so it won't be ready. And then we have our wheat in the ground here, Our pH value looks good. Our nitrogen, we have none, but we're going to start getting some manure out of the birthing barn. And once we have that, we'll put that into our manure spreader and we will spread it and get the pH up on that to increase our score, our environmental score as well. We have 3,962 liters of manure. So maybe we'll give that one more month. And next month in October, we'll spread some manure as well. So thank you so much for joining me, guys. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. And we'll see you in the next one. Guys, we had 7 calves overnight going into October. 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here, 6 over here. There's one more hiding somewhere, but we had 7 calves. That is absolutely incredible. So we did, oh, hello. We did have one addition to the farm overnight. We did add a manure pit. Figured since we put the straw into the birthing barn and they'd be producing manure, we should get it out. I thought initially that the birthing barn had like a shovel area that you could go in with like a front end loader like this one and scrape it out, but I did some testing and couldn't find a way to get manure out of this barn at all without the silo extension. So we threw one in the back. So we have manure to handle today. But before we get on to the manure, I want to run over here and get out at least 1 bale of hay. Let's see. We don't want 4. We want 1. Okay. So we have 1 out. The breeding pasture, which also we have some new pregnant cows or some pregnant heifers. That went well overnight as well, but we are out of food over there. They're on meadow grass, which isn't generally a problem, but we know meadow grass does not give us a very good chance of getting the heifers pregnant, so we will add some hay into their pasture, and they should be good to go. Let's swap this out and let's go muck some manure, and then we've got a bunch of cow work to do today. Have to move them all over the place. So let's see. Drop this here. Head back over, grab our bucket. We haven't used our bucket yet. I'm excited to get to use it. So grab it over here. Head back into our little manure pit. I did some additional testing when I was looking at the barn, and I was hopeful that we'd be able to get 1 manure heap and it might work for the calving igloos as well, because the calving igloos have straw and produce manure too, but you have to have 1 silo extension for each of the pens. And because of their proximity to each other, it was proven to be pretty hard to get the calving igloos to produce manure into a manure extension. They're certainly producing it, but getting one to link to the igloos instead of to the birthing barn was proving to be difficult, if not just not happening. So it's not very much manure. I mean, certainly over time it could add up, but we'll go with just this for now. Get all this loaded up. Let's see, pull all the way up here. I do love our Massey skid steer tool. The tip on the bucket is not great. It could be a little bit better just to help out getting it emptied and getting it in certain places. Let's see, let's grab all this. And got room for a little more. Alright. that's cleaned out. Go ahead and put this into the spreader. I think we're going to spread one of our grass fields today. That is one of the other things I got done overnight. I did harvest, it was grass field 2. I got some hay out of that, and I limed both of our grass fields. So now all 3 of our fields are limed and good to go. So let's jump out here. 5,800 liters of manure. We're going to just park this up out of the way for right now. We'll get to spreading that in a little bit. Right now I want to get our calves and our cows all moved around and where they need to be. So let's start over here, I guess, because we have the rope here. All right, so Ocean, pregnant, great. Faye, pregnant, great. Sadie's also pregnant. I think both of our Anguses are not. And then our Limousine is pregnant with triplets. And our Water Buffalo is also pregnant. So we have a bunch of animals to move back and forth. It is worth noting that at the time of recording this morning, on actual IRL day of recording here, the what am I trying to say? Realistic Livestock did receive an update. So, oh, we didn't get any animals. So there is an update. Doesn't look like it changed very much. Couple of sort of logistics changes, and then they did. It looks like the Arrow changed a couple of the odds of getting pregnant and that kind of stuff. I'll pop up on the screen here with the update notes from his site, just so you guys can see them. But I don't think it's going to really change any of our playthrough. Do you want to move one animal to husbandry? Yes, but I have 2 selected, so why wouldn't it move both? Yes, I want to move to husbandry. Okay, great. Okay, let's see. A couple of brown Swiss calves. And guys, I gotta be honest, we may not have room for all of our calves in our igloos. I think they only hold 5 each. So, yeah, it's something with the update. We're only moving 1 animal at a time now. But we'll get through. So there should be 5 calves in there now. We might actually have just enough space. We got 7. We moved 2. So yeah, I mean, we could definitely end up getting all of them moved. Let's see. Where are the rest of the babies? Got these 2. Oh no, we don't want to sell. We definitely don't want to sell. Let's not be far enough into the correct trigger with the trailer. Move selected. We moved 1 of the animals. Jump back in. All right, move. Why does it look like it has the wrong animal selected? All right, we do have this leash mod that we've been using to move the animals around, and it's working fine. There is a herdsman stick that we could pick up that moves more animals than 2. I think it's a lot more than 2, like maybe even 200 would give us the ability to move them back and forth, so we could do all of this at once. For right now, though, I don't think it's a big deal. Just getting in here. All right, so definitely want to move this one. And this one, so we had 2 bulls. That's interesting. Okay, cool. All right, there should be 1 baby left to move after this. Nope, we only got 1. It is proving to be moving the animals. It's proving to be a little bit of a process today. Maybe better served actually getting a trailer out and doing it so we can do it all at once. But let's see if we can get the rest of them this round. So both of the Angus bulls. Move selected. Move 2 animals. Yes. Okay, and there should be no more babies, and there are not. So that is good news. Having a heck of a time with this leash today. And move both of you over. Yeah, we are moving them individually, but that's just the way it is. All right, go back over to our breeding pen. And let's grab, let's see, this heifer's pregnant. That one's not, that's a bull. That one's pregnant. Move selected. Move to animals, excellent. Slide over here. We'll unload them one at a time because that just seems to be the way it works. That's done. I think we have one more animal over here that needs moved. Let's see, Wild Eye is pregnant. That's a bull. And both of these are not. So we'll move selected animals. Oh, a lot of management. We're going to have to get a bigger trailer here when the farm gets bigger because we are definitely getting up there in the animals. So let's see. Just out of curiosity, we have 22 animals in here, 10 calves in the igloos, and let's see, 4, so that's 22, 32, this is 4 is 36, 37, so we're almost up to 50 cattle, guys. That is exciting news. Okay, so step 1 for today is going to be getting some manure spreading done on our grass field. We do have our very first pallet of eggs, but with just, I think, one actual, like, adult chicken, it is 10 eggs. So it's exciting to have, but it's not making very much progress very quick. So let's jump in here and just see how the manure spreading goes. The small field, so we'll get that knocked out here real quick. Oh, it's a nice animation, at least so far. Alright, so other things on the agenda for today. Obviously, we have to take our lettuce up to the shop and get that sold. Check out what's in the sale. I don't know that we're specifically looking for any equipment, but always good to keep an eye out. We do have... Get zoomed in so we're not stuck on that tree. We do have cattle to look at today, see what we can purchase, and we're getting close with the milk. We need to check. I suspect tomorrow we'll have a couple thousand liters of milk, or at least over 1,000 liters of milk to start doing something with. We could try selling it directly. We probably need to put a dairy production in on the farm, just to start being able to produce butter, cheese, and bottled milk and stuff of that nature. But that's going to be a pretty significant expense. So I'm not sure that we'll be able to afford that right away. I may have to do some off-camera forestry work to try to keep that, or keep that income coming in to support that purchase. So there we go. That was it. Not very much manure to spread. We've got more coming, but keeping that birthing barn full of straw is going to be important in regards to keeping our fertilization state up on our grass so we can get more food out of it. So next step, before we start loading up and heading up to the shop, I think is going to be to make sure everyone has food and water. This is going to be sort of our daily routine now, keeping everyone fed and happy. Drop that off. And I don't know how much TMR we have in the mixer. It might be none. It might just be parked over here. If it is, we'll have to grab some bales and get a new batch made. Yeah, we got 1,000, so let's just go ahead and empty that. Lose the trigger. There we go. too bad. Alright, and then I think all of our bales are in our shed. Oh, sorry, calves. Misjudged my turn there. So I think we want to have this facing this way. Get the mixer turned on. Jump into here. As far as the massey goes, I think we want to leave the bucket back here by the manure heap. Maybe even just sort of tucked in over here. We'll grab our bale spike. And then we can pull a couple of bales out of the shed. We've got a decent amount in storage, so that's good news. We don't have a lot of straw, so I'm wondering if we really want to even be topping off with straw or just doing a silage hay mix, because we seem to have a bunch more of the silage and the hay than anything else. So one round bale of, well, let's make a double batch. We'll do 2 of those, and then we need 1 hay bale to mix in. And then how many straw bales do we have? We have 2 straw bales, which I think we want to keep for... Oh, I said keep and then put them out. I think we want to keep those for bedding in the birthing barn, not only just so the babies have some bedding, but also so we're getting manure out of it as well. Okay, so first order of business, grab a silage bale and dump it into the TMR mixer. Alright, let that break down in there. Next, grab our hay bale. Bring that over. Now we gotta top it off, and we gotta watch our percentages and make sure we don't end up with forage. Alright, so we're heading down towards the mix. This is where if we had more straw, we'd be in better shape. And it's still in the green. Okay. So it took all of that without complaint. Let's get this, get the massey backed out of the way. Let's jump into the Fiat. And let's get some food in the barn. I think we'll put a full load in here, or as much as it'll take, and then we'll be ready to make another one after this once we get the calves topped off. Just want to make sure that all of our newborn cows, our newborn mothers, are producing as much milk as possible. I think that's going to be our big income stream moving forward, is our milk productions. The lettuce has been not bad, but we really need to get a little bit more going. And these only hold, what, about 1,000 each, was it? So it's not likely we're going to finish this, but make sure everyone's topped off and happy. And I think the other igloo, since we just put the animals in there not too long ago, we're probably not going to be able to even put anything in. But let's just go double check. We got our water tanker here in the way. When we get in there, let's see. They may not even need any. Let's take a look and see. The left calf igloo is full, 1,600 liters, so nothing more to do there. So we can just make this next batch up. have it ready to go, and then go do some water. Slide it off, perfect. Probably gonna need another hay bale here to finish that load off, but we'll do that when we get there. Let's check and see how this one works out. All right, that one's in there. Check and see if we need another hay bale first. So we're pretty close to full. Yeah, we have a lot of silage, so we could top off another 1,700 liters of hay just to make this a full load and get the most out of our silage. So we'll go here. We don't have a ton of hay bales. We're gonna have to start producing more hay. I think the field that the next field we cut will go with hay regardless. I've been doing silage on field 1 and hay on field 2. I think at this point we have a lot of silage in there, a lot of grass. Grass bale is going to turn into silage, so why not? Let's get the hay, which is what we're using more of, and I mean we need it for the breeding pens as well. Alright, that one is done, and that load is topped off. Let's see if we can get away with this little trick. Can we push this one in and keep the one on the tongs and not lose it? I don't like putting partials in the barn if we don't have to. Yep, so put that one. And we get to keep this hay bale. That is good news, exactly what we're looking for. Okay, let's get the Fiat out of the way. And then I think it's time to head up to the shop, sell some lettuce, check out the sale, come back with some animals, and see how all of that goes. So I will see you guys up at the shop with the lettuce when we check out the sale, and eventually come back and get some animals too. See you soon. I thought I'd put the lettuce in the back of the truck and bring the animal trailer up and save us a trip back and forth. So the lettuce is currently best at the sell everything. So let's go ahead and get that sold. And then it's time to look at some animals. See if we can get it out of here. Oh, it might be too high to get out. Alright, well, we will flip this around, and I will grab the telehandler over there, and we will get this stuff pulled out and sold, and I'll be right back to check out the animals in the sale with you guys. See you in a sec. We are back, got everything sold. Jump into the sale real quick and see if there's anything we're missing. Oh, another Fiat, that'd be nice. The module trailer. Massey Ferguson, look at that tractor. That thing is fancy. We have a cultivator. That's not the case we bought. That's the narrow one. So we don't need that one. Nice truck, but way too big for what we're doing. Could be fun to load manure with a belt, but I don't think it's worth the money. We do have a shallow cultivator, log grab, header trailer, tree saplings. Man, our manure spreader is for sale here. Let's see. We did the big extension, had the BKTs, galvanized $2,300. We'll have to see. I might come back. I might put the other one up on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace and see if we can't get a better deal for it there. The Anna Burger wagon, that's nice. The Fort would have been nice to have, but just already committed to using the Massey. Some weights. A nice manure trailer. I think we looked at this John Deere baler previously. Yeah, that might have been what we looked at yesterday. So, yeah, some nice stuff in the sale, but really the Stroutman wagon, we got to go back and probably sell ours and grab this one and put a little cash in the bank. So, we'll see how all that turns out. For right now, let's go ahead and look at the animals. Very bad, very bad. We don't need any more bulls. Princess the Holstein is also very bad. JP, was that from Japan? Yep, that one's good, but we're looking for good animals, looking for something higher than that. Very bad, very good. Okay, so we have one. Very bad, very good. This one's very high, very high, very high, and then extremely high. That is a nice looking animal. Don't need any more bulls. The limousine, bad, bad. Okay, now the Hereford bulls is supposed to be, that was one of the changes. So maybe they added. This type of cow is bred for profit and can be sold. Okay, well that makes sense, but is it not? So what does it say for, say, the Holsteins? This breed is used for dairy. Okay, so the Hereford brand is just another meat animal. So that's a very good animal. No reason not to pick that one up. Extremely good, very bad. We don't need any more bulls. Water buffalo, very good, very good. So we have two here, but I suspect 50 months. Yikes. That one is not coming with us. So let's see, how many is that? That's 5. I do want to just check and make sure some of these older ones up top. 763. Where was there was one more that was like over $1,000. This one, 12 months, 11 months. Yeah, that's all good news. We just don't want any 6-year-old animals because their life expectancy is pretty short. Okay, so we have our 5 animals. There was nothing in the sale that we can bring back with us now. I'll probably pick up that spreader wagon between episodes, but I'll run these guys back to the ranch and I'll check you guys there. See you in a sec. We are back at the ranch. Let's get these cattle put in the right pens. So let's see. Over here, we definitely have, okay, all of these. How old is this? 3 months, 5 months, 11 months, 12 months, 11 months. These 3 can definitely go right into husbandry or right into the breeding pen. These guys are awfully young, but we don't really have spots for them. We need another calving igloo if we're going to put them in there. So let's, maybe we should put another calf igloo up. So let's move selected. Okay, so from this trailer, it is letting me move 3 animals. So it's just the leash that was proving to be the problem earlier. So they're in there. They'll either be ready to breed or are ready to breed now or will be very soon. Another calf igloo. Where do we think that should go? And we could just continue back along this back edge here. Just trying to think how we'd access the feeding portion. So let's hit a quick save before we place anything, in case we put something somewhere and it just breaks the whole game, which does happen occasionally in Farm Sim. Usually not, but every once in a while things get a little bit crazy. So construction, cows, and we have a right and a left. So let's zoom in and see. I mean, we could just do another set like right here, one here, and then one right next to it, and just have all of our calves be sort of in a row here. I like the idea of maybe even having like go this way and then one behind and one behind, and then we have all the access to them there. I'm just trying to figure out, as far as, you know, feeding and taking care of them, you know, what's going to be the best option. We could do these turning in there, so like you have to have a right hand side one, right? So you'd have this one here, you drive up and around, come back down. I think that one's going to be a bit tough. So let's just do these again. So this one goes, it's the same as that. We want to have it basically out the same amount, have it pretty squared up across the front. I think right about there is going to be pretty good. Yikes, that is potentially pretty rough on the old terrain. Let's just see what happens when we smooth that out. We'll hit it with a little bit of grass going down the side and around the back. And then maybe a little bit here. And then we need to find some gravel just to fill in these sections because we're not doing concrete here on the ranch. Okay, and then last but not least, we backfill in here with a little bit of grass. Okay. So there we go. And I think those even line up pretty good. So we can just come across here. And let's see if we can hit that trigger. No, not quite on it. Let's see. Pull over a little bit. Back the trailer in a little bit. Oh, we overshot it. No big deal. Forward, please. There we go. Oh, seems to be a bit sensitive right here. Had it for a second and now we don't. There we go. 1, 2. Move selected. Excellent. They're both moved. And we are good to go there. All right, guys. Well, I think that's pretty much going to be the episode. Got a lot done around the ranch. Just a bunch of cattle work, which isn't surprising because that's what we're here to do. Nope, let's jump back in, turn that off. But just a lot of running around. We did get our new manure pit. I want to check on grass field 1. It's got to be getting pretty close. Growth stage 3 or 4. So next month, this grass is ready to cut. And I think we're going to do hay because we seem to be growing through a lot of hay. The silage, not quite as much, but the hay we're definitely using in the livestock pen, the breeding pen to get all the animals up and so they can reproduce and maximized. And then also in our TMR mix as well, which goes to our birthing barn and all of our calf igloos. So I think we'll do some hay on that field next time. But thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. And we'll see you in the next one. So as you guys saw in the intro, we have a bunch of new equipment on the farm. I got to thinking about our need for more hay and trying to get these grass fields managed faster and more efficiently. And a couple things came up in the sale. We had the Crone windrower come up in the sale that gave us quite a bit more working with to get our fields cleaned up. I'd been eyeballing the Bednar Batwing mower for quite some time. It did not come up in the sale. I ended up having to cut down several rounds of trees to be able to afford that, but that also nearly doubled our working with, and it enables us to mulch our wheat field with that same piece of equipment as well. So that was a nice upgrade. So we sold our little Samaz side mower. We sold our, was it a Pottinger? No, I think it was a K-brand windrower. And then I was all sort of set and done shopping, and then this square baler was on there, and I was thinking to myself, you know, if we need more hay, which we do, and I did actually figure out why we didn't have more hay. I'll tell you about that in a second. So if we need more hay, why are we round baling it and waiting for the baler to unload and all the stuff? We definitely need the round baler for the silage, but we don't need to have round hay bales. And so as you can see just from this little bit already this episode, the square baler is so much faster than the round baler. And since we're going to be focusing on a lot of hay as our primary food source for the animals, and we're going to be doing a lot of cutting of grass and making hay, you know, why not make it more efficient? And this thing was like $7 or $8 grand in the sale. It was easy to pick up. So we now have a square baler on the farm and a round baler on the farm. So that is going to make our field work and our field preparation a lot easier. And since we're doing everything manually, anything we can do to lessen the workload and just get the fields done so we can keep progressing is going to be really, really critical for the long-term success. Got all kinds of little spots all over the place that we missed. Just trying to grab these before we head down that last strip towards the bottom of the field. Looks like we missed another spot over there. Be coming back up anyways. So besides that, I did pick up the herdsman staff to move the cattle around. The leash was nice, but it only did 2 animals, and I think we're sort of past the stage of 2 animals being what we're going to need to move. So we picked up the herdsman staff. I haven't used it yet. It does hold 200 animals at a time. I can't imagine moving 200 animals at once, but certainly, you know, if we have 3 or 4 or 5 animals to move, that will make everything a lot easier. So as we wrap up here, how many bales did we get? 14 bales, not bad at all. We'll go tuck this into the shed. I also think that handling the square bales will be a little bit easier. Really get them in and out of the feeding areas a little bit easier. So excited just to have efficiency on the farm. So we're going to go ahead and get this guy emptied out. Is it L to unload? I think it's O to unload the partial bale. Yep, there we go. That's all unloaded. We get the baler folded up. And we want to tuck it pretty deep into the shed so we can still access the triggers to get the bales in. There we are. That'll work. All right, so that is grass field 1 cut and tedded and windrowed and baled. So we are good to go with hay for a little while. Oh, I was going to tell you guys what happened with the hay. I was like, I knew I made a bunch and just couldn't figure out what happened. So I was looking through the shed after the episode last time, and there's like a bunch of hay or a bunch of bales in there, and I kept thinking to myself, like, you know, they should be, you know, hay bales in there. And it turns out on field 1 when I mowed it and windrowed it and didn't ted it. So we had 12 giant 180 centimeter grass bales with no use. So I sold those. They did help sponsor some of our purchases. It didn't make us very much money. I think it was like maybe 3.5 grand. But we did get those sold, and that's why we had to get hay done on this batch. I also, or on this round of cutting the field, I also had forgotten about, you can just barely see all the silage bales all the way up the top of the field. So we have even more silage just hanging out than we have in the shed. So I think we're going to be on hay for a while, and try to keep that going, and we'll keep an eye on the silage, but I don't think we'll be making that for a couple of months. Man, they took that entire feed mixer of TMR. The ladies are hungry, and I wonder, because we had that group of 7 that had their babies last month. I see one more baby in there now. What do we have for milk? Let's see, slurry milk, 1,500 liters. So we are starting to produce some really good milk. Well, I want to transition our calf igloos over to hay. I was thinking about it. We put TMR in there, and there's no real advantage to keeping the calves on TMR. TMR is only giving us an advantage over hay when it comes to milk production, and since the calves are obviously not going to be producing milk anytime soon, I think it's just a waste of a premium resource to keep them on it. So we're going to start putting hay into the igloos instead of the TMR, and so we'll get that sort of started today. We also need to keep the breeding pen on hay to make sure we're getting the optimal chance for our animals to reproduce. So we'll drop one of these hay bales into the breeding pen, and the other one we will use to top off the igloos. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and drop these. Perfect. Just want the one. Oh, come on, swing low. Oh, it's not liking that, huh? Let's see if we can't. Oh, hold on. Back off a little bit. There we are. There, that should be enough to get that hay bale in there. We'll double check the next time we drive by and make sure it's gone. And as far as the igloos go, we just got to drop it real quick. We're 8,000 liters. And it fills the calf igloos almost instantly. Yeah, 7,000. So they took just under 1,000 liters. That's a lot for that little igloo, but glad we got them topped off. Do the same thing here. There's a big calf in there. That one's ready to get moved over. There's some room in here for some of the other animals. Alright, so the breeding pen has been topped off with hay. The igloos are in transition to hay. This is our herdsman stick right here, and I think I saw it when we were driving by. I think it's going to be too close to that trigger. When we get that between the door and the animal barn trigger and everything else, we want that further away, so we're just going to knock it out of there with the Massey. I'll get the rest of those hay bales off between episodes, maybe even bring the silage down. We are starting to get quite a bit of silage, as you guys can see. Right over here. Let's see. Where are we? Silage, 20 bales of 5,500 liters each. So we're over 100,000 liters of silage. Straw, we only have one full bale. We have the partial right here, and then a couple of hay bales. Yeah, we have one round hay bale. We have a round grass bale. That should be turning into silage, I think. And then a square hay bale. Yep, the two that we dropped out of the back, so we're in good shape there. So let's go ahead and get these animals moved. Pick up our herdsman stick. And let's see what we can find in here. So as far as moving animals, anyone who is ready to be bred again or is a baby is ready to go. So Urku is ready to go. And you guys notice it's Urku RCRC N2. I added the RCRC for the Realistic Cattle Challenge, meaning they were born on this farm and then November of year 2. So we can keep track of them. But if they're born here from our stock, they're going to have that RCRC tag on them so we can keep track of our animals and see how they're doing. Thought there was one. Okay, Misty is looking for a suitable mate. Molly is too young, but she's full size for adolescence, so she can move. Okay, Wild Eye, one baby. Yeah, we have 3, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 22, 23, 24 expected calves, guys. That is craziness. We are going to need a much bigger barn here pretty soon. I mean, 23 calves. This barn only holds 50. So that would be, we'd be at 43. So this birthing barn is going to be something else here soon because we're going to need the space for other things, and we have way too many calves. We shouldn't say that. We have a great number of calves, just a lot to manage. So we're going to come up here. I think that Sleepy Molly is ready to... Oh, we actually want to do it this way. Quinn is ready to move... Oh, is it going to let me do it? Or do I can't? I wonder if I can't move animals while I have some in there. Yeah, I want to move one animal. Excellent. And then in here, we want to move Urko. Okay, move to husbandry. Excellent. These 3 animals, we should just make sure that all of these, yeah, these are all females. And Misty is actually technically a cow now, not even a heifer anymore. She was our first heifer to have a baby on the farm. So she is moving up in the world. Come on over here. And even if they're a little bit young, we'll put them in here and get them going. So when they're of age, they are good to go. All right, and then anyone who is pregnant needs to go over to the barn. So we have 2. And that's our bull, right? So yeah, 1, 2. That's it. We have all of our pregnant animals move selected. Yeah, this herdsman stick made this so much easier, being able to move multiple animals, more than 2, around without any issues. So let's grab the 2 pregnant females and let's get them moved into the birthing barn. Excellent. Okay, and then our herdsman stick, I think we might just keep tucked into this corner here away from everything. So, what else do we have to do today? We can probably spread some more manure on the grass field, which will be good. We don't have any lettuce, because I took that up with the trees this morning that I cut down. We're up to like 26 eggs. Literally 26. I just guessed that was incredible. All right, so the eggs, yeah, we're not doing much with those yet. We could buy more chickens, I guess. We're in growth stage 3 of 4 for this grass, so it will be ready to be mowed tomorrow. And our wheat is looking good. It is in growth stage 3 of 8. We have a while. So we could certainly put some fertilizer down in here, some manure down in here if we had extra. But as of right now, I think the best plan is to just keep going with our grass and try to get as much out of our grass fields as possible. So I'm going to run down here. Let's take a quick look at how much we have. 7,421. Let's throw a quick round of fertilizer, manure on the grass field that's going to be ready for tomorrow. Actually, we'll pull this out. We'll have this out ready to be loaded up, because between episodes I suspect I'll make another round of TMR, something we're just going to have to do sort of every day, so I will keep that going in the background for you guys. This is our used. We did pick up the used Stroutman manure spreader, talking and not paying attention to my driving. So we did trade in the other one. I think we made about 1,200 bucks, not a big deal. But, you know, this one works just the same. No problems there. So why have the money tied up in equipment when what we really need to be putting our money into is the cattle? So we will leave that off. We are loaded up. The Massey is by far one of the most useful tools we've ever had on the farm. It just works, guys. It just really gets the job done. It lifts bales, it shovels manure, it does pallets with the weight on the back. It has no problem holding any weight. It's small and maneuverable, so we're not, I mean, I'd love to have a telehandler, and that's what I typically run, but the telehandler is so big for the size space we have. The nice thing, the difference between this and the telehandler, again, is that this drives like a skid steer, so we can turn on a dime as need be, as the side wheels turn independently of each other, or drive independently of each other. So just a really nice piece of equipment to have. I'm glad I found it. I knew it existed. I looked for so long and just never, when Black Sheep Modding changed the name of it and put it in a pack, I was looking for the Massey. I was searching all kinds of things, and I didn't realize what it was until I stumbled upon it in that pack. So glad we found it. Okay, so a little bit of manure pickup here. Should be 2 more scoops, and then we should be good to go. I'm going to try to figure out where we put the last round where we ran out. Maybe bring up the mini-map and see if that helps locate where we ended last time. Say my only real complaint about this Massey Ferguson is the bucket doesn't tip, or the end doesn't tip as much as I'd like. Both with the bale spikes, with the scooper like this thing, I just wish it would tip down more. Make emptying a little bit easier. But it has a high enough reach, it really doesn't matter. Not complaining, just be nice if it had a little bit more range of motion. Alright, let's see if we can come across the back and grab the rest of this. Get a little bit of steering back. Okay. Let's say that's adequate for cleaning out the manure pit. And the manure wagon is loaded up. I'll pull it over. We'll leave the bucket right here for next time. Go grab the bale forks and put them back on before we park. Okay, little wheels, just settle down. It does turn so fast when you don't have any forward speed that it can get real whippy back and forth on you. Okay, let's just grab those and have them on for making TMR. And raw. Go ahead and get her opened up on the way over. I'm gonna pop the map up. Just see if it'll give us... Yeah, it's giving us a little bit. It's just gonna be really hard to see. Sort of just going by feel here, trying to use the map the best of our ability. It doesn't have to be perfect, but any yield increase will greatly help our hay needs, keeping our animals fed and happy. Okay, got a little too far inside there. Let's try to bring it back a little bit. Making good use of the manure we have. Yeah, we might get most of this field done, even all of it. Yeah, obviously we've missed a couple of spots, but that's no big deal. We're just going for the general improvement. Don't need it to be perfect. I think someday when we have more manure, we'll be able to do this as we're mowing. We'll be able to see it better, which will help. I want to loop back and just get that end real quick. Right here. Okay, pretty good. We got 500 left. We'll hit a little strip here on the way back. Let's see, using the map right about here. Just toss this down and eat up that little bit of red there. And that is the end of the manure. Perfect. That worked out quite well. Go ahead and park this up. I think it's time to make a little TMR and head into December. Check on our animals and see how they're all doing then, but seems like it's time to progress in the year. Trying to see if I get this far enough over if I can get 2 items in this stall, and it seems like maybe's the answer. The Massey, the harvester, fits really well. It's the right size for that opening. The other things are a little on the smaller side. Back up a little bit so we're not in the trigger. Straighten her out. Get the mixer on. Oh, I think you still have to drop stuff in then. Alright, so we know we're going to need 2 bales of silage. And then we know we'll need... I don't know how many square bales we'll need. The big ones were... I think we'll go with 1. And see where that goes, because there's the one over by the calf igloo as well that we could use. Grab this one. It would be nice to have more straw. We may have to increase the size of our arable fields just to get more straw out of them. I don't think our chickens are going to need more food. They certainly, the 7 chickens are not eating that much food. Alright, so this is the partial bale too, so it might be, it's going to be less than we're normally going to get, but I thought the round ones were, I don't know, I thought they were bigger. I could be making it up. Alright, watching those white dots come together. Want to put as much hay in as we can without making forage. And it might very well. That seems like that's it. All right, we got a batch made. And since there's 788 left on this one, I think that's the perfect size to put right down here next to our calf igloo. And overnight they can use that to fill up. I think the only thing we need to check now is just make sure everyone has water, and we will be ready to progress to December. Making progress on our episodes, making it into the years. Alright, grab him. I'm sure some of you noticed the door is always open on the Fiat. My Farmstick, the dead zone, I have to readjust it. It's just a little bit too small, and the door is very, very sensitive in regards to opening up. So I keep closing it, and I can close it right now. I can close it right here, and it'll be back open in a minute. It's just the dead zone. The Farmstick's doing fine. It's not broken or anything. It's a great accessory for the game. But I did notice some of the IC controls and some of the door controls get really, really sensitive on some of the axes. You just have to be a little bit careful. Reset them every once in a while. Not a big deal. So, heading over to get some water. Usually it takes about 4 rounds of water. The greenhouses take about 1 each. The calves take not even 1 each. And then I put at least whatever's left over in the breeding pen and a full one in the livestock pen on the end with our 1 bowl until it's full. We don't want to run out of water there. That livestock pen, that second open pasture we added, is going to come into use here pretty soon. We have several of our calves from the last round. We had 7 last month are bulls. And they will be raised in the livestock pen until they're either of value to be sold, meaning they're worth, $3,000 to $4,000, or they prove to be better breeding stock than our regular animals, than the bulls we already have, I should say, not our regular animals. So we'll be filling that up. I think we have 2 Angus bulls out of that last group, and I'm sure of the 23 expected calves in the birthing barn, I'm sure at least a handful of them will be male as well. So we'll get all that figured out. But that pen is there. It's a little... We needed it for that 1 bull to give him a place to live so he can sort of live cheap, eating grass, get fattened up. We'll finish him off with hay as needed. But for right now, we just want him separated because we don't want him breeding with any of our females. Alright, excellent. That worked well. Let's try to get this last igloo here. We may have already gotten it. I'm under the impression that these 2 igloos across from each other are filling at the same time. So, not a problem. Alright, let's drop 1 into the breeding pasture, and then 1 container of water into the livestock pasture. And we will call it a day for November. I think we'll get into December here a little bit, spend a little bit of time there before we end the episode, but mostly it'll be just getting ready to go up to the shop again and checking the sale and buying more animals. We are going to have to do some significant capital raising, probably a bunch of forestry work to get a bigger barn, because as I said, we're going to be very close to capacity in our birthing barn soon, and I don't want our females giving birth outside in the open pastures. So have a couple of larger barn mods in mind. They are not cheap. We'll have to figure out what we can actually afford, but we'll get to that in the next episode. So I'm going to top this guy off, and I will see you guys shortly in December. Welcome to December, guys. We have one new calf, and let's see what happened in our breeding pen overnight. You know, we should just grab the herdsman stick right off the bat and just be ready to go and assume that good things happened. So, what do we have in our breeding pen? Oh, we have a cow that didn't get transferred. That is not ideal, but we'll make that work. Too young. Okay. Have another pregnant cow. Cheerful Jupiter. Okay. Rogue is our bull. Misty. Man, she is pregnant again, guys. She is. Yep, that happened quick. Our Sparky, our Hereford. Sleepy Molly, too young. Massive Hope is pregnant. So we got 2 more animals pregnant over last month. All right, and Misty, we're trying to move you too. The trailer's being funny again. Okay, we got to check and see what we have here. Make sure we have the right animals, because it's getting a little screwy with moving the animals around. Okay, so we have the ones we need. I was not having problems with only being able to move one animal at a time with this last time. I'm also not sure how we left a cow in the trailer as well. So, yeah, so we're only moving one at a time for some reason. We're back to that, guys. I thought we fixed that when we got rid of the leash. Not a problem. Now that we know about it, we can handle it. All right, and there should be, we'll just double check. Make sure everyone is either pregnant, no suitable animal, gotta grab you. No suitable animal, gotta grab you. 1 baby, 3 babies. No suitable animal for Loud Bossy. That means you gotta get moved. Lots of babies, still recovering. 3 babies, 2 babies. Too young. Here is our calf that was born today. And I believe, yeah, that's it. So let's move selected animals. Yes, we want to move all 4. Great news. So we have the 4 animals that we need to get moved. We will take the calf over to the igloo that isn't full. All right. Let's actually do this real quick. Oh, it has to be in there first. Okay, got it. So we'll move the calf to husbandry. Yes. And then we have the new calf, change name, Spoiled Unity. They were born on the farm, and they were born in December of year 2. So they are named, and they are in good shape. So let's check and make sure we don't have any adolescent calves in here. Those are all still babies. Those are all still babies. So we'll take our females back over to the breeding pen, and that is going to be a wrap for today's episode. Let's see. 1, 2, and 3 is in. So all the animals are where they're supposed to be. I've got a bunch of farm work to get done. I've got bales in that field that need to be picked up, fertilizer that needs to be spread. All the animals need to be fed. We need to mow our grass field over here, which is essentially fully fertilized. It is ready to go. The yield is up to 98%, guys. That is really, really good compared to, well, only growth stage 3 or 4. Maybe it needs to progress another day. So, but either way, got a bunch of stuff to do. We'll check in on our chickens one last time. Let's see, we are up to 42 eggs. Our 1 hen is laying, and we have a couple of pallets of lettuce. So that was a fun episode. We got a lot of cattle management ahead of us. We've got to work to get a better barn set up for our pregnant females, for our heifers, and for our cows. We are going to be at max capacity in this little barn here pretty soon. So we've got to raise some capital and build a bigger barn to support our growing cattle ranch, which is really exciting news. Thanks so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and we'll see you in the next one. We are back in December, guys. I got a bunch of stuff done between episodes. All of the pens have been filled up. All of the bales have been collected and put into the shed. And we have $42,000 for one very specific reason. We have in our barn currently 2,600 liters of milk and another 140 over here. So we need to do something with our milk. And I have been looking and taking a gander at the store for productions and looking on ModHub and, found something I think is going to work here for us. Has it slightly modified from its original version, but does the same stuff. We have the small dairy here that I think is going to go really well on our farm. Now what's interesting is you have these large doors over here at the front, and that is where the production spawn inside, and then on the outside you have the actual fill and trigger points. So I was thinking about putting it right here at the edge of our breeding pen, so that we can drive right down and put the milk in. So I think we put that there. Let's hit it with a quick soften all around, make sure all the edges work and make sense and everything else. We got to figure out how we're going to get down there. I'm thinking we may need to actually put in a loop around here, and as part of this, I'm thinking we need to put a driveway in to actually get in and out of our farm. We've just been driving across the field for like 2 years now, and I'm thinking we probably need to have a better committed driveway back to the road. So let's see here. Make all of that gravel. I think that looks pretty good. Let's throw a little bit of grass in back over here just to make sure that that's all filled in. Now, as far as a driveway goes, I'm thinking about coming down along the grass field and using that so we could put another field in if we wanted to. So let's see if we just want to get big enough that I can see where we're going. All right, so right through here, down by the tree. Then should it loop this way and then curve in? I'm thinking that may be the ticket there. We'll widen the corner just a little bit, bring it back this way. We do want to have a pretty substantial drive on the way in. We do pull a lot of things to and from the farm and don't want to have any issues with running out of road. We're lucky in that so far we haven't had any real winter weather. We haven't had any snow, so we've been in good shape in that regard. All right, let's take a quick look at the tie-in. I think that's going to be adequate there. I think that looks pretty good. So now we have our new milk barn and our driveway in. It leaves us a little bit of space down by the grass field across from the chicken coop to put something in there. I don't know if that would end up being like a shed or something like this eventually. Could be a spot for more igloos. Who knows? But it's nice to have a couple little spots there. So let's go check out our new dairy building. I love the way it looks with the sort of wood shed motif. Goes well with our outdoor cattle ranch. There is your fill point for the milk. You come around the back and everything spawns in here. So let's go ahead and get the lights turned on. Excellent. So let's grab the Fiat and let's get our milk in the production and actually get that going, because after that we are ready to go to January. This is the last thing. I figured why not get the milk started overnight so we can have something to sell in the morning and make a little bit of money. And here we go. Zip around here and grab our milk trailer. Excellent. The Fiat is just the right size tractor for this farm. Has a nice turning radius. Gets us in and out of the areas we need to. So it only holds 2,500 liters, so we are actually full already. So we drive down our little path here, hook around the building, and right here at the back we should get the empty trigger. May have to look at finding a bigger tank when we have some more money. 2,500 liters seemed like a lot when we had 140 liters, but may not be enough now. Let's just see. We get that last little bit, then we'll jump into the production and figure out what it is we want to make. 240 liters of milk left, not a lot extra. I am curious to see how the milk production goes long term compared to playing without the realistic livestock mod, because the cows seem to be giving milk for like 3 or 4 months, it seems. Maybe even a little bit less. So have to see, have to keep the cows in the rotation so we keep getting milk. But for now, let's jump into our production. And let's see, butter is an obvious, easy one. Let's see, butter from regular milk, 1,500 milk to 2,000 butter. So that's not bad. Cheese is 300 milk to 200 cheese. And then we have bottled milk, which is 1,000 to 2,000. Check out and see what the prices look like on that stuff. Butter, maximum price is 1,200. Bottled milk, buffalo milk bottled. We have just, it's going to be milk bottled with M. Is that how we're going to do this one? Milk bottled is 625. So right there, the butter already seems like a better option. And then cheese is the other one we had. And cheese goes for almost 2,000 at its best. So it seems like cheese is going to be the best option for right now. We will go ahead and start that production. We'll start it storing. And we will let it run because we're going to get, what's the recipe? 300 to 200. Yeah, we're going to barely get, we'll probably get 2,000 liters of cheese when all that milk runs out. So not a ton, but every little bit helps. So with that in mind, all of our cows are in the right pens. Everyone is fed. The igloos have their calves. So we are going to jump over to January. I will see you guys there. Welcome to January, guys. I did not see if we had a calf overnight, so or multiples. We'll have to check. But our calves and the igloos look good. We have, let's see. Oh, there's a calf right there. So we've had at least one calf. So we got to get stuff moved. You know, guys, the leash and the herdsman stick are just proving to be a bit of a challenge. So I think today, just to mix it up, we're going to grab our livestock trailer and just move our animals that way. Just easier than constantly dropping the other stuff or not being able to pick it up because it's in the trigger. So don't see any calves that need to be moved over. So let's just go ahead and flip around up here. Sort of our future expansion spot up here at the top. Waiting for the next thing. I think we'll probably put the a big cow barn up there. So animals to move. Anyone who is not pregnant but is able to get pregnant should be moved over to the breeding pen. Calves should move to the igloos, and everyone else should be left here. So we have a new calf. Okay, so we will move selected. Great. All the rest of these animals are still pregnant, recovering. No suitable male. You've got to move over to. Okay, still pregnant, recovering, and both of these are having triplets. That is crazy, guys. We're going to have so many calves in the very, very near future. So let's grab these guys. Let's see if we can make the corner here and still catch the trigger. No, it didn't quite make it. That's all right, though. Let's pull it up. And we'll back it up into the spot it needs to be. These adolescent calves are bouncing around the pen. Excited to be outside. All right, there we are. So Light needs to move into here. And what about any cows in here? Anyone pregnant? Sweetie is. Sprinkles is. Loud Bossy is. Shiver's got to be too young. Quinn's got to be too young. Light we just moved. Rogue's the bull. Sparky is ready to have a baby. And Sleepy Molly's got to be too young. So 4 additional pregnant. I think those are all heifers too. I think that's their first pregnancy. So exciting stuff. We'll slide the calf into the last igloo over here because I know we have room in this one. Gotta figure out where these triggers are exactly. There we go. Huh, we did not get all those animals moved. That is interesting. So move to husbandry. Yes. Okay. Okay, we don't want Sparky in husbandry. Move to trailer. Feel like this is not going as well as we thought. Okay, the new calf, move to husbandry. Great. Now we got to go back and pick up all of the other pregnant cows. Well, there's a big one in there. We should move that one back over. We're just cattle haulers at this point. That's all this episode's going to be, apparently. Milk and cattle hauling. So let's see. There's definitely one big one in there that we don't need to keep in the igloo. We're going to have to find a better way to get these animals moved, because the trailer and the herdsman stick and everything else is just proven to be a logistical challenge more than it's worth. So let's see. Let's pull in real close here. Should be nice and easy. Where is the trigger? Man, it is fighting me today. Okay, so animals we need to move. Yes, Daisy, you are ready to be moved over. Okay, so checking our trailer. We have the 2 animals there. Excellent. We'll swing over here, drop these 2 off, and then go grab the other ones. Yeah, I think we overshot our target. That's on me. Okay, so Daisy's going to the big pen. Sparky is going to the barn because she is pregnant. And I swear it just is not moving the animal that I'm asking it to move. Maybe you guys are seeing it different on your end. I swear I am. I think there's like checking it, and then there's whether it's actually highlighted or not. And for some reason, those are not meaning the same thing right now, which is proving to be a bit interesting. All right, so last round here. And let's go ahead and get squared up. Here we are. Come on, give me the trigger. Excellent. Daisy. Okay. Missed it by a foot. Well, guys, we use a trailer to mix it up a little bit today, and I can tell you, probably not the way we're going to do it next time, because this is more challenging than it needs to be. Okay, pregnant, 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 too young, too young. We just moved light over. Rogue is a bull. Sleepy Molly is too young. And there we go. So, move selected. Do I want to move 3 animals? Yes, I do. Is that all of the animals I could move that are appropriate to move? Yes, it is. Okay, so we feel like we're actually getting there somewhere, somehow today. Slow but steady. Didn't plan on taking 10 minutes moving cattle around, but here we find ourselves. 1, 2, 3. Move to husbandry. Yes, he's only moving 1 animal. Yeah, some of the movement is just a little bit challenging. So we may end up doing more of this off camera, and I'll just report back to you guys if this continues to be the case, because having to do each animal individually and make multiple trips doesn't make a ton of sense. So, back on track. Let's get the animal trailer parked up. The trees I harvested a lot between episodes to pay for the dairy were from the top of the grass field one way at the back of the property. I started to clear out a little more area up there. I don't know that we'll ever expand into that area, but I was thinking if I'm clearing trees out and I have room for expansion here, you know, both for, you know, barns and stuff like that, we may also need more field space. So I want to make sure we had plenty of that as well. 2 pallets there, 2 pallets here, and I'm hoping we have some cheese. So let's go ahead and grab the Massey. Get Massey fired up. Just going to go ahead and dump the pallet forks or the bale spikes there. Let's go grab our bale forks. I'm getting all my words mixed up today. Pallet forks and bale spike. There we go. So, grab this. Go ahead and give this stuff a push. Ooh, settle down. Little bit jumpy there, guys. Little bit jumpy. Okay. Like a pro? Man. We are looking good using the Massey. Getting used to it. And lots of practice on the ranch so far with the pallets and the trees and the loading of stuff at the shop. We still, I don't even know if it's worth checking the eggs, guys. There are some big looking chickens in there. Take a look. I mean, they look underneath, but yeah, they're getting to be pretty big, so we might be getting more eggs here soon. The first time we checked, I think we had, what, like 12 or 14 eggs. It was something a little bit silly, so we have to wait for the chickens to grow a little bit before we get more eggs, but that's okay. They're just a repository for the wheat. Just don't want to sell the wheat outright and lose the money, so we'll take it as eggs instead. Oh, we're still stuck on that one, huh? After all my compliments of how good we've gotten. Let's see. We are. Oh, stay on. Oh, we got a crooked load. I'm gonna get this one off here quickly. The good news is we produce so little we don't actually have to be that neat with it. We had a big production and lots of pallets to load, we would have to be much neater. So, let's see if there's anything waiting for us in the barn or in the dairy. Oh, guys, 2 pallets of cheese. That is exciting news. Let's see if I can actually, you know, push those together like that. And then see if I can maybe fork both of them together. Oh, there's a third. I did not think we'd get 3 pallets of cheese out of that, guys. I am pleasantly surprised. Okay, let's see. Squared up. 1, 2. Can we fit 2 pallets wide through the door? We can, okay. Not too shabby. Have to remember to park the tractor and the milk tender somewhere else. We can use our gravel road to get back and forth. Okay, that went exceedingly well. Go back and see, get one more. That's gonna put us in the back in black in the old bank account. Might actually be making enough money every month to not be losing money, which would be very, very exciting. Alright, here we are. Not the best pickup we've ever had, but it got the job done. After this, we do have a grass field to mow over there, field 2 at the front, the one we brought the road in by at the beginning of the episode. That will be hay again, because we still just have so much silage compared to hay, and we're using hay for multiple pastures, so have to make sure that we get all of that loaded up and into the shed so that we have plenty of hay to get through the season. And actually, I should check and see, that field may not be growing. It might be stuck at growth stage 3 because it's winter. I bet that's what happened. Here we go. Ready? Let's see. Pallet. 74 eggs. We're not close, guys. The eggs may take a couple years. Yeah, we're still at growth stage 3 or 4, so we can't actually mow the grass this month because there just isn't enough room, or enough, there's enough room. It's not growing, so we're not going to get the maximum out of it. So I am going to get flipped around here, and we'll take a drive down to the shop. Ooh, that's going to be tight getting through here. I was thinking about going wide, and then I want to go inside, and we have the water tender there. So let's just take the whole outside pass. But we get to drive down our new driveway. Nice addition to the farm, have an actual driveway to get to and from the property. Driving in, and so we have, looks like 4 pallets of lettuce and 3 pallets of cheese. So I will see you guys up at the shop. We'll check the sale, and then we'll come back and check on animals. See you in a second. We are here at the shop. I did not check to see where the goods were best priced. So cheese is going to be the sell everything, and lettuce is going to be the sell everything. So let's take our goods over there. I threw this sell everything in like towards the beginning of the series just to have a second sell point to maybe get rid of stuff when I was doing testing and just see different things, and didn't think it would end up being our primary sell point, but you know, here we are nonetheless. So okay, it does not want to take them off the trailer. Once again, the trailer is too high for the trigger. See, maybe we can get that cheese off the back. Nope. No luck with the cheese off the back. So we are going to park this guy right here. Grab the telehandler from the shop. And let's see what we can get taken care of here. Be a little bit tight. Might we be able to grab 2 here? Let's see. Oh, by the tips of our forks. Does seem like that cheese should be selling, and it's not. I'm not getting any money for it. Seems like the sell-all trigger is a little bit finicky, so let's jump out and move the truck back a little bit. Give us more room to work with the telehandler anyways. And then we will figure out where the sweet spot is on that grate. Get the telehandler. I'll get this stuff sold, so we can just sort of push it over. Or is it just... Yeah, there we go. Not too shabby. Getting $238 worth of environmental score now, too. Seems like getting some lime down and getting some manure spread is definitely helping our environmental score, which is making us money. Man, that is a terrible angle to see what I'm doing here. Alright, and then... Which, there it is. That's what we wanted. Extend those... Extend that arm a little bit. Okay. Couple of pallets of lettuce incoming. Then we got the last two, and we should have a little bit of cash. Not much, but we are making slow and steady progress. Come on. Tip up. There we are. Gonna break 10 grand, might even break 12 grand. It's a great little selling session for us. Scooped it. Nailed that one. And away we go. That is definitely a sensitive trigger spot there. $14,000, guys. We are in the black, and we did it all without any wood or lumber. Didn't have to trade any equipment. That is really exciting news. We're starting to just get ahead a little bit on the ranch, and we've got a bunch of cattle to show for it, so that is good news. Gonna jump over to the shop. Let's take a quick look and see what we've got. Anything on sale that we can't live without. We are looking for a slurry spreader. I keep saying that, but we have a slurry spreader. Our water tank is a slurry spreader, so I just got to remember that and just go do it. Yeah, there's the header for the Fort harvester we saw the other day. Is it still in the sale up top? Oh, maybe not. Well, let's see. Okay. So we do have the round bale wrapper to make silage. I did look at that. A square silage bale for $895. I don't think we need any more silage. We have a bale fork for the wheel loader. This Carhartt Silverado is a very nice truck. Way too nice and way too expensive for our needs, but still very nice. Some more liquid fertilizer. The big Elo mower. That's nice. It's not as big as the one we have, though. I like the Batwing better. The Fiat, yeah, we've already seen all this stuff, so there's nothing else new in here. So nothing that interesting in the sale. I'm going to head back to the ranch, and I'll come back up here with the cattle trailer, and we'll get some more animals. See you in a minute. We are arriving at the animal dealer. Let's see what we have today. So Cricket is very good. Almost 3 grand and 21 months old. That doesn't seem like a good deal to me. We have a calf that is 2 months old. Very good. Quality is high. Milk production high. Metabolism high. Fertility high. Very high. Yeah, I think that's an animal we want. We don't want any more bulls. That's a bad Holstein. Angus, let's see, $1,711 and 11 months old. Very good overall. I think that's an animal we want. Slow trot, very bad. Very bad again. And we have another Angus. This one is 1 month old from Sweden. Overall, very good. Extremely high, very high, very high. That's a nice looking animal. We'll take that. Limousines. This is an extremely good 10-month-old. Seems like something we would want. A very good, that's Big Dakota from Russia, 5-month-old. Okay, Hereford. So is that 5? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 6. We are going to need a bigger trailer, or we're not going to be able to take all of these. Let's see. Cheery Kismet, 2 months old. I mean, that's a good investment. We can always take 2 trips. It's not a big deal. Let's see. Are there any animals that were questionable? 6 months, 5 months, 10 months, 1 month. No, these are all good choices. All right, so let's leave the Hereford calf here for now. Buy selected. Yep, we want to buy the 5 animals. I will run these guys back to the ranch, come back and pick up that Hereford calf, and meet you guys back there at the ranch. See you in a minute. We are pulling back into the farm with that last Hereford calf. She's 6 months old, so she can go right into the breeding pen. She won't be able to have any calves for a couple more months, but she's too big for the igloos and doesn't need to be in the birthing barn, so she can hang out. And it's funny, on the Sunshine Forest map, even here in January, it's 43 degrees out. Not bad weather for calves to be outside. You want to make sure they're covered up and taken care of, but they're not. We're not seeing extreme winter temperatures or anything like that. So, real quick recap on where we are. Let's go ahead and get the truck turned off so we don't have to listen to that. We have 10 animals in our breeding pen, including 2 bulls and 8 female heifers, and maybe even a cow in here. We may have a second rounder as well. We have our 1 water buffalo bull over here, just waiting to grow up and become worth some money. In our birthing barn, we have 25 animals, so we're at 36. And I know, because I just loaded these, that each of these are full with 5 calves. So let's see, that's 25, 35, 36, and 15. If my math is correct, guys, we just passed 50 animals on the farm. So we're at 51 cows on the farm in total, which is great news, and we have a lot of babies incoming. So I'm going to get some food made up, make sure everyone's got straw and hay and TMR as applicable, get the animals taken care of, get the milk from our birthing barn taken over to our on-site dairy production, our new wood shed over there producing our cheese, and I will see you guys in February. Thanks so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and we'll see you in the next one. We have some exciting changes coming up here for February. I've made some plans, have some new ideas, going to be making some changes on the ranch. So let's go ahead and get started by selling off our lettuce and our 1 pallet of cheese. Let's see if we can get any of this stuff to come off. Nope, gonna have to be unloaded. That's all right. We'll get it unloaded real quick here and get a move on. So, updates and plans for the ranch. There is a bale wrapper in the sale that I think is going to be a great option for us moving forward. It's an Anderson, I don't know, I'd call it a stationary bale wrapper, where you bring the bales to the wrapper and it wraps them in the big long row. And I think that's going to be helpful because it's going to enable us to ferment a lot of silage at the same time. So we're going to pick that up on our way back. I've been doing some looking at our sort of silage use and our straw use and our hay use and everything else, and I think we need to expand our wheat field. So between episodes, I went back and I cut a whole bunch of trees, which is why we have, I always think we started the episode with like $43,000 or $46,000, so that when that comes to harvest time, we're going to be expanding that field because we just need more straw on the farm. So between episodes, I'm just going to sort of keep working that area. I'll show it to you when we get back there. The other big and exciting news is I think it's time to upgrade our greenhouses. So we started with the smallest base game greenhouses, and that's one of the rules. We can only have the 2 greenhouses. And the rule is that we can't have, modified greenhouses that produce just a ton of things. The cycles per month can't be really, really high. So I was messing around looking at the other bigger base game greenhouses, and I actually found a mod that I already had installed that does fewer cycles than the matching base game greenhouse. So it actually produces less goods than the standard greenhouse, but it has the ability to take manure, which will help with the production rate a little bit. So I think in the spirit of, what we're trying to do and everything else, I think that's going to be a good option for us. It's not a, heavily modified, and it doesn't produce, thousands and thousands of pallets per month. And it'll give us a good use for our manure, which we are producing a decent amount of as well. So I think we're going to go back and sell our 2 base game greenhouses and replace them with one of these bigger greenhouses. And at least for the time being, we'll start with just putting water in it, and then we'll eventually ramp up to putting manure in it as well. But I think that's going to help us get to the next level, because the small greenhouses we have on the farm now, the large base game greenhouses produce 4 times as much. So we need to upgrade to the bigger greenhouses regardless, just to get the production up and moving, because we're going to have some really, really big expenses coming up with potentially needing to buy a second piece of land, a bigger cow barn once we outgrow our current birthing barn. So there are going to be some expenses that we're going to have to pick up. So here is the Anderson Hybrid X Extractor bale wrapper. We'll switch it up. Why don't we go back to, we'll do some green bales. We'll mix that up a little bit. But I think this is going to be good. It also will give us a chance to take some of those 180 centimeter grass bales we have from our early production or from our early mows that we're not using, and turn them into silage as well. I did go ahead and sell our existing front mount bale wrapper, the Go Wheel one. Put that up on, whatever Craigslist, and it sold. So that is gone, and this is going to be our only bale wrapper on the farm. So we'll get this loaded up. We'll head back to the farm. We're going to take down the 2 old greenhouses and put up the new one. We'll go over the expansion with the wheat field and get going for the day. We did, before we got started today, I did go ahead and get all of the cows topped off and moved. We had, let's see, 2 calves born overnight, and we had, I may have to drive this thing up on here, it's not gonna hook very well, and we did have a couple of our cows get out of their recovery period so they can go back into the birthing, or not the birthing, sorry, the breeding pen. So got all that stuff done. Go ahead and grab this guy. Excited to have our new baler on the farm. We'll get some green, giant green sausage rolls out of it. Alright, let's see about getting this thing put onto the trailer. Can't really see the wheels. So just sort of guessing. Yeah, I think we're too far over. Alright, that's looking better. Square up. Yeah, these ramps, they tend to slide, which is, yeah, not ideal. Alright, guy. Let's try this again. We're sliding off the side, and the ramps just don't seem to have a lot of friction on this particular mod. We'll see. Yeah, we missed again just by a little bit, but can we jam it up on there? Sure looks like we can. One strap to hold it down. Release it. That'll get her home. Well, it isn't pretty, but it is on there. I'll go ahead and head back to the ranch, and I will see you guys there to go over the upcoming changes. We are pulling back onto the ranch. It's worth mentioning, I did show you guys in the intro that we got some slurry spread on our big grass field at the back, which I was very excited about. We also got slurry spread on the wheat field as well. So if you guys can see down in the bottom right-hand corner, the nitrogen's not great. It's only at 60 of 180, but we got one application put on, so it's better than it was, which is good. We'll keep working at getting that higher between cuts or between harvests, but we will go from there. So the expansion on the wheat field, we are looking at this area in here, sort of along the front edge of the forest. I cleared all of that out. We got to go up and get this group of trees up here cleared out as well, but I had a couple big loads and just got a lot done and figured it was time to come back and show you guys. But I think we want to bring this back into here, maybe even remove a couple more of these trees, like these 3 pines right here, and fill in this area as a field, so expand it out. And I think that's going to give us more straw, because we are down to 1 straw bale, guys, and that's just not really enough for us to get through the season. And as we have more cows and more barns, we're going to need more of that as well. So let's get on our greenhouse project. We are up to 110 eggs. Just exciting times all around. So these 2 greenhouses, I waited for them to produce their pallets for the day, and they are going to go away. So first order of business, as always, is hit it with a quick save. Just want to make sure that if we want to come back here and change our decisions, we can. So once that's saved, good to go. So we need to sell our existing 2 greenhouses. Let's zoom in and see if we can get that done. We are back, guys. I don't know what was going on with getting those greenhouses deleted or removed, but they were fighting it. So we got them out of the way. The greenhouses we're looking at are these ones down here. There are a bunch of different ones. We're only going to do the basic fruit ones. We're not going to do anything crazy. They have ones that do, like, you know, root crops and grain crops and all that kind of stuff. We're sticking with just with what we had. I don't know if I want to put them in here. We could put them back here and just have a path back around. Let's maybe try that. So first off, let's get the Massey out of the way and parked somewhere else. We'll do a little bit of ground flattening. I think we're going to have to move. I don't know, maybe we don't have to move the water spigot. We'll see. The Massey pulled out of the way over here. Excellent. All right, jump back in. Let's talk about a little bit of ground leveling first. Try to make all of this match up nicely. So let's grab a ground level like in here. Make it a little bit larger. Yeah, it's going to have some significant ground leveling going on here, but we don't want these greenhouses up on a hill. And we're going to start with 1, but the goal is to get 2 in here long term. So that is done. Go over to greenhouses, jump back down, find the fruit and vegetable one, And this is currently a, let's see, a right side pallet spawn. I think we want to put these so they spawn everything in the middle together. Snap that to the grid. And can we back that up just a little bit? The question is, will we be able to get a second one in here? And I don't know. So maybe we'll start with the left-hand one and make sure we have enough room. Yeah, we might not have enough space for this one. So, okay. New plan. We're going to rotate them back to a right side spawn. Rotate them this way. And then we'll get it to line up here. And then we'll do another one like right in here. So the pallets spawn in the middle. All right, so we'll put this one right there. Good, good. Let's come in here. Let's hit everything with a soften. And get that to smooth out a little bit. We want that to be gravel like the rest of the area. Not too shabby. We'll gravel this area in for right now until we can afford to plant another one. And let's go take a look at our new greenhouse. Okay, so the greenhouse is tucked in back over here. That is a much, much larger greenhouse. Let's get some water in it and check it out and see what it does. Have our Fiat over here attached to our water tanker. Oh, that's not what we wanted. There we are. Okie dokie, here we go. Top off our water. Jump right in here. Dump some in. I have no idea how much water this thing holds. Let's take a look. So our new greenhouse, wow, it holds 80,000 liters of water. So that is exciting news. So we have a lettuce recipe here, 28 water for 16 lettuce. That is actually less than the base game large greenhouse. So that's why we're able to use this mod. There is one with manure, which does increase that. It goes from 28 to 16 to 28 plus 4 manure is 32, so it doubles the output. So that's going to be a nice feature once we get up and going. We will go ahead and turn that on. Let's get the productivity cranked up to 300% like the last one. Okay, and I think actually the only difference here is that we're going to set this right to selling. With producing, this will produce about 3.5 times as much lettuce as one small greenhouse. And we had 2, so we're going to get about 150% more lettuce than we had. And at this point, running back and forth to the shop selling lettuce is not either good recording, not good gameplay, and also just not very productive use of our time. So we're going to go ahead and just get all of that to selling, and then when we have enough money, actually, do we have enough money for our second one right now? I didn't think we were going to, but maybe that cheese and lettuce sale bumped us up over the top. Let's take a look. How much was this one? Was it 27? Do we actually have enough money to do 2 of these? That would be unexpected. I would be very surprised by that. All right, go back to the fruit one. No, not enough money. It's 32,000 and we have 30,000. Okay. That's totally fine. So, in addition to that, I'm going to leave the water tanker right here. I want to get our new bale wrapper set up. So let's get that off the trailer. I think we're going to jump into the truck here. We're just going to release the straps, and I think even without putting the ramps down, because of how cattywampus this thing is on the trailer, we're going to jump right in here and just connect and gently give it a nice tug right off the back of the trailer. Nice and easy. There we go. So bale wrapping, I gotta be honest, guys, I really haven't used this bale wrapper ever. So it is going to be an experience. So let's see. I'm thinking, if I remember correctly, yeah, I may have used this once or twice. I think this one moves forward. The actual bale wrapper moves forward as you put bales in it. Now I want to straighten it out just a little bit. I want to try to keep this right along the fence. Okay, so I think, and guys, this is going to be a big experiment for me. I think the way this works is we actually have to go into it, right? Is that true? Okay, good. Then we unfold it. Do we have to turn it on? Okay, turn it on. And unfold it. Okay. Seems like that's doing what we want it to do. So now, with that functioning as intended, we're going to open up our old bale storage area, and we have several 180 centimeter grass bales in there that we don't want as grass bales. We actually want them to be silage because we're not using grass anymore. Let's grab our bale spike from right over here. And the reason I went with this one is because we can wrap 180 centimeter grass bales, which is huge, because otherwise we're wrapping 150 centimeter, which is fine, but the 180 will give us more options and just less and less bale handling. So it's going to be a bit of a squeeze to get some of these out. But let's grab this one. And again, guys, I have no idea how this is going to work. I think I may have used one of these once in Farm Sim 22 just to try it out, but have not actually used one in any real level or any real proficiency. So here we go. Let's go ahead and we put that down there. Is that going to be enough to... Okay, we didn't quite get it off the bale spike. That's all right. So here we are pushing it back. Okay, do we have to do something with the machine? It doesn't appear to be on. We can certainly see about that. Let's see. Toggle controls, fold bale wrapper. I don't know. Seems like it should be doing its thing. So maybe we need to... Do we drive into the bale? Or do we need the bale standing up? Maybe the bale needs to be in the correct position. Oh, you want to know what? I bet we're doing it backwards. I bet that's where it comes out. Okay, so let's see. We'll back it up. I bet we load on this side, and I bet it comes out on that side, because I bet it doesn't come out in the air on the back end as a giant sausage roll. So let's see about getting this thing squared up. It's a learning process. Okay, feeling pretty good about where we are now. Or at least feeling better. Okay, let's see. Oh, we got to straighten it out a little bit. Okay. Guys, I don't know. This could be better. Might not be. We'll find out. Okay, so first and foremost, get the bale up high enough. Do we just drop it in? Oh, we have action. It's doing something. Oh, I want to see this. Oh, yeah. That is cool. Okay. Well, that's how it works. So let's get the rest of our bales and let's get this thing filled up and get these big bales fermenting. We still have a lot of silage over on the in the actual shed already fermented. Well, those are 150 centimeter bales. So we'll get the rest of this grass out of the shed. I wonder if we can just get enough of a lift to pull these 3 out and not have to come back into the shed again? If we go slow. Oh, went too fast. It's a little bit of lift. Come on, come with me. Alright, we'll take the top one off. That's fine. We're pretty far out of the shed at this point. Okay, grass bale number 2. Going into the baler. Drop it in. Nice. Alright, so it didn't take us too long to figure out how this thing works. We got our last 2 big grass bales. I'm excited that we can make silage out of 180 centimeter bales. It does mean we'll probably have some challenges with our food mixer just as far as the ratio goes. But I think that's a problem that we solve at a later date. So let's head back over this way. And I don't know, does this baler or does this wrapper, will it... So do I have to like close it, or is the back end already fermenting? I imagine it all has to sort of ferment at one time. So we have to put bales in and then close it in some capacity, I would imagine. And then they all ferment and then we can unwrap as we go. But it'd be cool if we could just keep adding to it and working off the back end. Put it way out in the field and just walk it all the way down. If that was the case, we'll have to see. Alright, away we go. Alright. I'm not sure the baler's moving. I think it's actually pushing the bales out. So we could have started this at the other end. So let's just see what this says. So it's 0% fermented. Do I have to close it? I don't know if we have to close it or not. Let's see what the controls are. Unload bales. That would make the one big strip. I think that's what we want to do here, guys. Let me know down in the comments below if this is the type of thing that you can just keep adding to and then work off the far end, or, you know, how that all works. So let's see. Unload bales. So it pushes it in, closes it off. That is so cool. Okay. I mean, that was really fun. I'm glad we picked this thing up. We'll leave it here for now. Oh, jump back in. Don't want to leave it running. All right, so we have our bales here, and they will be fermenting. So we got 30,000 liters of silage. That was super easy. Love being able to use the big bales. So I think at this point, we got to go feed the birthing barn. They need some more TMR. So let's go grab, we got a small silage bump. You can see all the silage we have. We still have an absolute ton of silage. Probably need to grab the Fiat and hook it up to the mixer wagon to get it going. But we'll get this dropped in first, see if we can sneak it under the roof and into the mixer. Oh, almost. Okay. That one's in. Let's go grab a hay bale. Jump out here. 1 hay bale, please. As it is, we are already down to, what did it say? That was 10, so we're down to 9 hay bales. We go through a lot of hay on this farm, guys. That's something I did not see coming at the beginning of this challenge. You know, it is just a lot of hay to keep the animals going. We could, as I said, always do more TMR, but I just don't think we need to do TMR with the other animals. Unless they're producing milk, there's really no advantage. But we are in the hay production business. Okay, so that's taking that. While that is filling in, let's go grab the Fiat and get hooked up so we can dispense some TMR. Alright, and that's the map. We need the menu. Yeah, menu says we are good to go. So let's pull up a little bit. The trigger on this is a little further away than I always think it is. Get some TMR fed to the cows. I think this may top them off. I'm hoping it does. Yep, we got 3,700 liters left over. So we'll turn that off, jump out here, go grab our Massey. And before we put the Massey away, let's do a quick check on the breeding pen as far as the hay goes. Oh, can't see it there. We'll jump in here. The breeding pasture. Hay, they got 15,000 liters, so they're still good. They could definitely take some more, but they'll be all right for another month or so. So they are good. And then we have our calves who are doing well in their igloos. I did move a couple of calves over to the breeding pen because they were adolescents. They got to age up still, but they're too big for the igloos anymore. And we got our new greenhouse, which I'm super excited about. That's going to be a big change on the farm. So as you guys can see, we are making lettuce. And right now we have 14, almost 15,000 liters of water. So between episodes, I'm going to have to put a bunch of water in here and keep everything going. But I think that's going to be a wrap for February. We got a lot done. I'm excited to have our new bale wrapper on the farm. It's going to give us the ability to make silage at a much larger rate because we can use the 180 centimeter bales. And I am keeping track of our one water buffalo bull that we're not using for breeding. He's only worth about $1,700. When he gets up to the 3,000 range, we will get him sold. But he is happily eating a little bit of remaining hay, and then he'll be on meadow grass, and we'll probably finish him on some hay later too. But you know, that's we're having some success, guys. I think we're in really good shape. I'm going to keep working to clear the trees over by the wheat field for that expansion between episodes, keep the milk production going, and really we are at a stage where we are just working towards the next expansion on the farm, which is going to be a pretty significantly larger cow barn. I don't have one in mind yet, but I'm thinking something in the, 100 plus cattle, maybe in the 200 cattle range. We could use that as a birthing barn and have this one, the one we use for birthing barn now, be switched over to the adolescent cow barn, which would be great. Keep them warm, keep them covered while they're growing still, and then only have them in the breeding pen when they're old enough and ready. But we will figure that out in the next episode. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and we'll see you in the next one. It is finally time to get the grass mowed, guys. It was a long, long winter. Let's grab this guy right here. I knew we lost a piece when we were clearing out the forest. I wasn't sure exactly where it went, but we've found it now. So let's put it over here out of the way. Get that last little bit of grass mowed. We're going to end up tedding this and turning it into hay for our cows. We've had some exciting changes to the farm overnight. We had 7 calves in March, and we did not have a place to put them. So I redid our farmyard. We're up to 6 igloos. You can see here on the right, the original 2 down here at the end. And then I got rid of the one, or moved the one that was up top, the 3rd one, and put them in a group of 4 and a group of 2, so we have 6 total igloos. And then rotated our first greenhouse and put in a 2nd greenhouse. So our farmyard is quite a bit different. Each one of these igloos holds 5 calves, so we can hold up to 30 calves now, which I'm hoping is enough. It may not be, but it'll at least get us started. So we'll go check on those guys in a little bit, but first let's go ahead and grab the tedder. I'm trying to figure out is this field also ready to be mowed? It would seem unlikely to me that that would be the case, but let's see. Let's jump out here. It says it's ready to harvest, so we might end up doing another field later in the episode or between episodes. So I did get both greenhouses, got a bunch of water in them, have them set to just making regular lettuce. We've not added the manure yet, and they are set to automatically selling, which is working out well. Looks like between the 2 greenhouses, we know they're lower producing than the standard large greenhouses, but it does look like we're making about $7,500 a month on automatically selling, and with our $5,500, ballpark costs on our loans right now, that is good. We're $2,000 in the black each month, getting ahead a little bit, which is going to be really, really helpful long term. So we also have some cheese, or at least we should have some cheese in the dairy to go pick up and take up to the shop today, debating on whether we start waiting on the cheese and sell it when the time is best. Now that we have the big greenhouses and we're able to produce positive income every month with just the lettuce, which is good, I'm wondering if we need to or if we need to sell the cheese to keep getting ahead, or if we should hold off a little bit and try to make a couple extra bucks by selling it at the best time. So we'll check the price and see what it looks like compared to waiting for the best time versus selling now, and sort of figure out what's going to work out there. We also need to be saving up money to get a bigger barn, because we are getting close to capacity. As I said, we had to add igloos, and our birthing barn we know is getting pretty tight. I also did a bunch of forestry work over here. Sort of pause when we get to this corner for you guys to see. But I cut all the way down here, so we can pop out here. I'm still thinking about taking out a couple like these trees in here, make it a little bit wider. But I did cut all the trees down all the way up to the head of the field. So we are clear to expand all into this area and across, which I think is going to make a big difference when it comes to the wheat harvest. So that is the story. Interesting thing I'm catching on to with the realistic livestock mod. It does look like we have a heifer that has been in the breeding pen, I believe, since like October of last year. So we're saying, like, what would that be? 2 April's the 4th month, right? 6 months, and has not gotten pregnant. Now, it is possible. statistically that's just happening that way. But I thought I read in one of the realistic livestock updates that not all animals are able to get pregnant, particularly if they're twins or triplets. One of the animals may not be able to get pregnant, or may be sterile. So I'm debating what we want to do with that cow. I think we'll leave it in for at least a couple more months and just see if it's just had really bad odds. It's a very highly fertile animal according to the stats. Seems like shouldn't be much of a problem to get it pregnant, but that's, part of managing the cattle ranch. Is if you have animals that aren't reproducing, then you got to figure out what to make of them, and that may be an animal that we put into the livestock pen, or sort of a holding pen, until it gets higher in value. It is possible, I guess, that it could get pregnant in there. Maybe not, because I think that's a water buffalo bulls in there, and it's a limousine cow, or limousine heifer, so it wouldn't be able to get pregnant, but we could just put it in there and hold it. I'm not sure there's a lot of cost to keep it in the livestock pen, or the breeding pen, just to see if it will get pregnant and bear us any calves. But it is interesting. I've seen the name several months in a row now, and am catching on to the fact that it is not getting pregnant and not cycling out of the pen, so could be part of the mod as well. Based on the fact that we're pushing, I think we're almost 65, 70 calves, or 70 animals now on the farm, I did go ahead and go into the settings menu for realistic livestock and increase the offering at the animal dealer up to 100 animals. I'm not sure it'll give us 100 animals every time. We were at 50, and I think we're at the point where we certainly could buy 10 or 12 animals in a month if they have good ones there. When I went to buy animals last month in March, the quality of animal was very poor. I think I picked up two animals, like an adolescent calf, or an adolescent heifer, and then a calf. It was good quality, but even maybe only a couple of months old. So hopefully that will increase the opportunity for us to find good animals and continue growing our farm. We are on a 10-month cycle in regards to reproduction, so we do need to keep just getting more and more animals here, because if they're going to reproduce, it's going to take quite some time to do so. See about getting this thing opened up. I think we want to go clockwise. Yeah, we want to go clockwise with this guy. So we will drop our windrower down. It's a nice wide windrower. Gets the job done very easily, which is good. So yeah, I think we'll run up to the animal dealer today, just check and see what they have, and see if upping it to 100 animals made a notable difference in regards to what's for sale. And we're going to have to continue to do some level of forestry work to keep getting the spot for that field ready, but also to get some income coming in, because as I said, I think we need to be putting in a new barn on the property, a barn that holds over 100 animals, maybe even close to 200 animals, so we can start really letting our herd of cattle grow. I think our two outdoor pastures are good and set. The birthing barn is really good for what we need now. A little concerned about the size of it long term. We are up to 6 calf igloos, which is great. Maybe we'll have more than 30 babies or 30 calves at a time, and we'll need to do something different there. But for right now, I feel like it's going to be, it's going to be tough to have 30 calves all at once. So I think we're in pretty good shape there. But we may end up having a birthing barn where, the moms and the babies hang out together. So we'll just have to see what works out there. But I think that barn's going to cost us, in the 6 figures, $100,000, $200,000. But we need to be saving up for that. So that's on the agenda as well. One interesting thing I noticed with this swather, which I had not, I didn't use this one very much. I'm much a bigger fan of mergers and ones that put the row in the middle. But this one, it picks up the wheels or the brooms, I guess, sequentially. So when you pick up when you hit pick up, it picks up the first one, and then the other two don't pick up until they're at the same spot, which is nice. So it doesn't leave a trail of grass behind. It took me a little while to figure that out when I was trying to get my rows all neatened up on the other field. But if you watch when we come down here to the end, you'll notice the front left rake. There we go, that's what I'm looking for on that broom. The front left rake will pick up, and then the middle, and then the back right. And they all go to wherever that front left rake was when it came up, to make sure it gets all of the grass for us. So here we go. We'll swing this corner and just try to keep everything in line. And then here, if you watch, I pick it up. The front one comes up, then the middle one, and then the back one. So that way it keeps all of the grass in the order, which is really nice. One last row down the middle, I'm hoping. See if we can't get going here. Same thing when you drop them, so you can actually drop at the back over another row and it won't pick it up, which is a big benefit. It's going to be a little bit tough at the top here to get all the way out to that corner. May have to snag it on a second pass, but we're going to be really, really close to one pass up and down to get this done. Let's pull that corner. Let's see if we can't swing this and pull it in a little bit first. Maybe that'll even save us a little bit on the backside. Not too shabby. I'm going to clean up the top real quick, but that's not going to be a big deal. And with this really nice wide swather, we get this done in essentially 3 rows, which is really nice just in regards to really go pick it up and not having a whole bunch of up-down rows to fight. So as we get to the end here, just pop that front one up when we get to the edge. The other ones follow, doesn't disturb the outside row. I'm just going to run up here and neaten up the top. I think we'll just hook it all in for the existing row that we have and call that good enough. Baylor does a good job picking everything up, so we don't need to get it perfect. Excellent. Alright, so that is the field cut, headed, rowed. We'll grab our baler and just pop out some hay bales to keep us moving on our food production for the animals. We are just burning through hay. I did check, we have a lot of silage bales in the shed, plus the 4 we wrapped the other day with the new Anderson excuse me, baler. And I actually found 3 more 180 centimeter grass bales in the cow shed as well. So we have lots of grass to add to our silage roll, and we can use the silage we already have. So we should be in really, really good shape when it comes to the silage. All right. The one thing I've been debating purchasing, and I've been doing some looking, we are playing with precision farming, and getting the nitrogen levels correct on the wheat field is proving to be a bit of a process. And the modder who made our Fiat, just checking to see what size bales we have here. We want to be at 240s. Who made the Fiat, it did get this on ModHub, I believe. I think it's the same modder released this tractor on ModHub, and it actually come out today in game. But the one in ModHub doesn't have the hand finish on it that we have, the distressed look. And I'm wondering if they're going to update it and add the Iceria Pro Compact to this tractor, and which would save us a bunch of money from buying the Iceria Pro and running on the front, which we certainly can do. That's not something that's a huge problem. It's just a more significant cost It's another piece of equipment to keep up with and maintain and keep on the farm, which, again, not a huge deal, but I just would love to have something that is tractor mounted and good to go. I do keep debating getting a more modern tractor, maybe something with some GPS, so we could use, you know, the GPS features, the base game GPS features, excuse me, for our field work. But I just can't see dropping $50, $60, $70, $80, or even $90,000 on, you know, what would essentially be just another small tractor, because we really don't need a big tractor on this farm yet. Fiat is plenty large for what we do. Hasn't had a problem pulling anything. It's great for getting in and out of the farmyard and with its turning radius. So I don't feel like we want to go up to a much larger tractor and buying a whole nother tractor just to get the RCRC compact built in so we can use that to get the nitrogen correct seems like a little bit of a waste as well. So I'm hopeful with the modder it will update this mod, the Fiat that we have, and it'll get the RCRC compact built in. We'll see if that's forthcoming in the next couple of weeks. Now that the mod is on Mod Hub, maybe the base mod will get a little bit of an update, so we'll just have to wait and see on that. But we could pick up the RCRC Pro today at the shop, even check the sale, I guess, and see if it's there for us to add in, so then we could use our slurry and really get that field, the wheat field, exactly where it needs to be, fertilizer-wise, which will give us just more food for our chickens. We are coming to an end here, guys. Once again, great bale production off of this field. Let's see. 3, 6, 9, 11 plus 2 in here is 13. We might get another one out. So 13 bales off this field, not bad at all. Certainly get us probably another 6 months out of that. Like I said, we are getting through hay very, very quickly. So let's get that turned off. Let's get the baler parked up. Let's go check on our cows, do our cow shuffle, get the animals where they need to be and in the right pens. And then we'll check on the food, run up to the store, check on the cheese, to see what we want to do with that, and keep moving through the episode. We're in April of our second year, even though it is year 3. So we're making progress. We are definitely growing our farm, and in the month of March, I told you guys we had what was it, 8 or 7 cattle born. So when we have a month like that, it makes just a huge difference. Try to get that extra bale unloaded. Fold up the baler. There we go. We're in good shape now. Can we sneak the baler in there? Let's check and see. It's going to be tight. Got to get to hook the corner a little bit. Yep. Hit the bottom of the corner. That's not surprising. We were too tight there. Looks better. Not going to get it around without hitting the Stroutman. Give her a quick straighten. There we are. That approach was much better than the first time. Great. We will leave that there. So let's jump out and find our herdsman stick over here by the delivery barn, we'll call it. And let's check on our animals. So we gotta move back here. So let's just go through real quick. 1 baby, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 30. We have 30 calves on the way, guys. That is absolutely insane. I mean, 30 calves is as much as we can fit in the igloos that we just put in. We just bought 3 more. So that's going to prove to be a bit of a challenge. Hopefully some of those other calves grow up and can be moved out sooner rather than later. So there's 1 cow in here ready to go back into the breeding pen. Let's go check on our igloos, which this is more of a... Man, we are moving way too fast here. Okay, those are all small calves, which is fine. We're looking for the mid-size adolescents. That's when they get moved. None in there. None in there. Oh, and I should show you guys. I'm going to drop this here. I found this really cool. I went and looked up the igloo mod again because it says it has manure when you give it straw, and I couldn't figure out how to get the manure out. I tried some manure heap extensions, wasn't working. But apparently if you come over to the side and you see in the top left, move fence to cleaning position, it slides the fence in. How cool is that? And you come in here with what will be our Massey Ferguson skid steer in the bucket, scoop up the manure, and then put the gate back, and it slides right back. That was great. I mean, I love this mod to begin with, but it is so well thought out, so well done. Very, very cool. Okay, so let's head back over here. And I'll show you guys. It's the heifer Haka is her name over here. So let's move Patches into the enclosure. Excellent. So Patches is in there. Okay, so let's see who needs to be moved out because they're pregnant now. Bubbles has 3 babies. That's 33 babies. Too young. So Haka has been in there. We got her in October of year 2, and we're in April of year 3. And she is not pregnant, which means she hasn't been pregnant for us yet. So she's been in here. She is, I guess she's 13 months old. So maybe she's only been in here for 1 month, unable to breed. But it seems like she's been in there for a while. So we'll keep an eye on her. So there's another baby. So that's what, 34 babies that we're expecting, or calves we're expecting in the next 10 months. So we have a lot of animals to keep an eye on. Coming back over here, we'll drop off the pregnant females. Move them to husbandry. Yep, and we're still having some challenges with, I don't know if it's the realistic livestock mod or the herdsman stick or what, but sometimes we move all the animals, sometimes we don't. So you just never know. All right, where's the herdsman stick going? Let's not roll out into traffic here, dude. We're just going to put you back down here. All right, so I think it's worth checking on the cheese just to see when it is going to sell best. So cheese is best in October 1962. So right now we're $200 per 1,000 liters under. So I think it's probably worth saving the cheese to sell until later. So come in here. We've got, let's see, a couple of pallets and almost another one ready to go. So let's check the sale, see if we need to take the trailer up to the shop or if we should just go up there with the animal transport trailer and try to find us some more animals. So the sale, jump on to the old website, check it out. I'd love to have this Merlot, but again, $92,000, just not going to happen. Here's another telehandler, $91,000. You know, Steyr, we could get this, and it has the Iceria Pro Compact. It's $15,000, which makes it a $130,000 tractor. I just don't think we want to have that much money invested in a tractor. We just don't need it. Here's the new Ford from the, was it Plains and Prairies DLC. Looks really, really good. Just gonna want to see it with the black rims. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so blacking the rims breaks the color on it. That's weird. Okay. Well, that's interesting. That'll get fixed in a patch, I'd have to imagine. What else is in the sale? We have a tree planter. We have a nice tipper trailer, which actually isn't a bad deal. 11,000, holds 18,500 liters. Might not be a bad idea for the wheat harvest when the time comes. Now, this is interesting, guys. The Silo King Tradeline 4.0 that holds 45,000 liters of TMR for $24,000. That could be our next big pickup. It does require 240 horsepower, which, guys, we don't have. We just, the Fiat has 180. It's not even close. So 10 grand to add to extensions. We could start with 35,000 liters. That thing is huge. Man, I would love to have that. I just don't think we have a tractor that can pull it that makes any sense. It would just be so expensive to have to get a tractor to do it. Now, here we go. Like, here's a, here's the, was it same Virtuous 135? We could get this for 41,000. Throw on the Iceria Pro Compacts and be good to go. But, I don't think it's a better tractor than what we have. It only goes up to 143 horsepower, so not going to be very helpful. There's the mower we already had. There's another version of the mower we already had. Salt spreader. The Titan Super Collector would be great for collecting hay, but we don't need it. We're doing bales. We have the Go Wheel here. Yeah, so that's used as a bale shredder, basically. We have a root crop, a sugarcane harvester. Yeah, there's lots of things in the sale, but nothing that really helps us out very much. Another forage wagon, the New Holland. Yeah, I mean, that's it, guys. There is nothing in the sale that really does anything for us. So let's jump into the old Scout, connect up to our animal trailer, and let's head on up to the shop and see what kind of animals we can find up there. I will see you guys up at the shop. Made it safely back up to the animal dealer. One thing we are going to have to figure out pretty soon is fuel. This truck's got 95 miles on it and probably a quarter tank of gas. That it's about the same. We're going to have to figure out some way to get fuel onto the farm. So we'll figure that out. 13 months, very good overall. I think that's an animal that's coming with us. Very bad. We don't need any bulls. Good, not good enough. Very bad, very bad. Again with the bulls, very bad. $600 for Friendly Sweetie. She's a 3-month-old German Angus calf. Looks to have great genetics. We'll take her with us. Lots of Angus bulls. Wow, look at that. Limousines. We need something above good. Trying to keep the quality of our herd top notch. 13 months, $1,700. Yep, you're coming with us. Average is not going to do it. And the water buffalo is bad. So we have, what's that, 3 or 4 animals too? 3 animals might be it. Yeah. Slim pickings today, guys. Thought we might get some more there, but not the case. So 2 that can go right into the breeding pen and 1 for an igloo. See you guys back at the ranch. We are back at the ranch, guys. Let's get these 2 heifers into the breeding pen and get the calf into an igloo. And I think that's going to be about it for this episode. I'll go around and make sure all the animals are fed and everything's watered and good to go, but that was a successful episode. We needed to get the hay done so we're not running out of hay supplies. Trigger on this one's a little bit more sensitive than I like. Let's see. Should be right about there. Okay, so these 2 animals we're going to move to husbandry. Still can only move 1 at a time. So we tried, but that's just the way it is. Okay, let's jump into here and let's get these ones named real quick. Spoiled Ember, and that is, what do we say, April of year 3. April of year 3, confirm. And then we had one other one. Was it a Water Buffalo? No, it must have been, here we go, Hereford, that was the one. Change name, Sally, April of year 3, confirm. Get out of there. See if we can make this corner. And I think this igloo right here has one spot open on it. Let's check and see. Friendly Sweetie. Can we move selected? Is this one full? We can move it. That's great. Okay, Friendly Sweetie, change name. We just want to put in there April of year 3. And that is all we needed to do today. So, you know, a lot of good things happened this spring. We got our new igloo set up with our 2 greenhouses that I'm really excited about. We made progress on the finances with those 2 big greenhouses. I think pretty soon here we're going to start topping them off with manure and kick that production up another notch and try to make some money to pay for that barn this fall. We need to figure out the precision farming, the nitrogen on our field, and just see if that's, you know, do we get the Iceria Pro to put on the front, or do we find a tractor on sale that has it? I really like the Fiat. I don't want to get rid of it. I think it's perfect for this farm. Just want to be able to get more out of our wheat field. So we'll have to solve that problem, but I think we are growing in all the right directions. And, you know, real quick, let's just get a quick head count on the way out the door today. So 27 animals in the birthing barn. We have 5 and 5 is 10, so that's 47 animals so far. One of these only has 4. Another 5 is 42. Another 5 is 47. And 4 is 51. The one bull over there is 52. And how many animals do we have in here, guys? 52 plus 14. So we're at 66 animals, or 66 cattle on the farm. And we have 30 babies on the way. So we are going to be breaking 100 animals here very, very soon, which is incredibly exciting. So I'm looking forward to where this series goes. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Thank you so much for joining me and participating and watching. Don't forget to turn on notifications. Drop a like if you're so inclined. And we'll see you in the next one. Today, we're starting with getting some fertilizer on our fields. I did mow this field and ted and bale up the hay, and then pick up all the hay bales from this field and our other grass field already. I did go ahead and get the slurry spread on our other field. That one is complete, and now we just have to get this one done. We also had some other exciting news in our calf igloos. We had several of our calves age up into adolescence, so we were able to get them moved and free up some space for some of those 30 babies that are coming. I think we ended up with 4 or 5 additional bulls out of those adolescent animals. So if you look down here when we're making the turn, we have a bunch of animals in our livestock pen, this one right up here on the right. And those are all bulls. As they get older, if their breeding stock is better than what we have, we will replace our existing breeding stock. If not, then we'll just continue to grow them and until they're worth a decent amount of money, and then we will take them and we will sell them. But it's nice to have some additional animals that we're raising to either replace our bull stock that we have already, because some of those guys are going to be getting a little bit older, and to have some animals that we know are not going to be on the farm long term, which means that they will get sold for profit. And selling some of these animals is going to be, you know, really, really important to making money and getting us on to the next phase of the ranch. You can see over here, let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah, 5 additional bulls put in there, so our one lonely bull who's been over there from the beginning is no longer alone. And they can all grow up happily eating grass over there. I think there's a little bit of hay left in that pen, but not much, and they will be on grass until it's time to finish them, to make sure they're not costing us money while they're growing. And if we need to finish them on hay to increase their value, we can certainly do that as well. So let's go ahead and get this field knocked out. The slurry goes pretty far. I'm quite pleased with our water tank slurry tank combo. It certainly could hold a little bit more, but I don't think that's a really big problem with the size fields we have currently. The fact that we can switch back and forth, it works nicely, and it gets the job done is what's really critical. I went all the way to the shop. I did look at the Iceria Pro to try to bring it in here to get our nitrogen levels more accurate, but it's $23,000 to $24,000, and I just can't see spending that much money on that piece of equipment right now. Now, certainly, if it comes up in the sale and there's a better deal on it, you know, let's have that conversation and let's pursue that. But for right now, we really have to be investing in our ranch to try to get as much stuff in as possible. We're going to have to find a place for all these calves that are coming, and our birthing barn is getting to be a little bit on the small side. Actually, this morning when I was checking it, the cows had eaten through all of the TMR, which has not happened before. So that's how many we have in there. We've got to be careful in watching that. So grab these last couple of spots, get them all done and covered up. And then we'll be on and about our day. We're getting about 1,200 liters of milk a day. We do have, I think it's maybe 240 liters of buffalo milk. I'd love to get some more buffalo milk so we can do some buffalo mozzarella or some bottled buffalo milk. And any of those things would be great to increase our income on the farm. Just have not had good luck finding buffalo heifers, so we'll have to keep an eye out for them. But as of right now, that's a bit of a tough one for us to keep growing, but we'll get there. So I'm going to dump this over here. I think what I might actually do is fill it and top off the 2 open pastures. They have a ton of water, but always good to keep it topped off. We have almost 1 pallet of eggs. I'm not sure how old the roosters have to be in the realistic livestock mod before they start to have the hens reproduce. Our one rooster in there, I think, is like 9 or 10 months old, so I would assume he's getting close. But, you know, we'll just have to see, because once the chickens start breeding, they are prolific reproducers, and I think that thing will be full pretty quickly. So, turn that off. We'll dump that there. I do think we want to head over and grab our Massey. The other thing I want to get done before we progress into May is get some manure put in our greenhouses and try to get those amped up a little bit. See if we can't help them produce a little bit more lettuce than they're producing now. You know, the 2 big greenhouses are definitely a good addition and just doing way better than our small ones. We're actually getting ahead on our loan a little bit, just a couple $1,000s a month, which is good. But we have to make more progress in that. I'd love to get to the point where we could actually afford to pay off part of the loan, or the small. So I think we would have a $250,000 and a $50,000 loan. So if we could get to the point where we could start paying off maybe the $50,000 loan first, and start chipping away at our monthly bills, that would be advantageous. So I am not actually sure where these go. So let's turn on the interactive zone markers. And let's see what they have to say. Looks like it's just right here in front. That seem right? Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's where it's gonna be. There's nothing around back or inside, right? That's just the control. Nothing over there. Nothing over here. Well, I mean, there are these boxes back here. I'm wondering if do you dump it outside? I guess we'll find out. Maybe we'll jump into third person here so we can see a little better. Okay, that seems to be dumping that on the ground. That's not ideal. Okay, well, the water goes in over here. Okay, well, that seems like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, so we gotta dump it where the water is. That's not the end of the world. We can handle that. Let's try to get the rest of this up if we can. Might just be in the ground at this point. Easy way to get rid of this stuff here. We'll just do it real quick. Jump into the construction menu. Just grab like the smoothing tool and just... Oh, maybe it won't smooth over it. That's interesting. Huh. Well, should we paint over it real quick? Put some gravel down? There we go. Okay. Well, we're going to take a couple trips and get each of these started. I'm not sure how much manure we have in the pit. So 2,000 a scoop. We'll probably put 2 in the first one, 2 in the second one, see where that gets us. Doesn't seem like we have a ton back here, but certainly enough to get started with manure in the greenhouses. Then after that, I think we run up to the animal dealer and check and see what we have for animals for the month. I took a quick peek in the sale, and there's really nothing there that grabs us. Only a couple things we're really looking for actively. That Iceria Pro would be one. We could go with a slightly bigger animal trailer at this stage. I don't know that we need to. And then we could also look at a different tractor or adding a tractor to the farm as well. I think that's probably be too expensive before we put the money into a bigger barn for the animals. So we'll have to just wait and see how that turns out. Alright, got 4,000 in the first greenhouse. Let's go ahead and throw 4,000 in the second greenhouse so we can check and see how much manure we have left. What'll be nice is when it comes time to clean out the igloos, which we can do at some point in an upcoming episode. Be able to just put all of that manure right into our greenhouses. So that'll be nice and easy. I'm going to jump in here real quick and turn off the interactive zone markers. Not my favorite thing to have on when we're playing. Did just want to make sure we knew where we were going with our manure. Alright, another 2,000 here, hopefully. There we go. I'd have enough to do one more scoop in each one. Get us cooking with gas in our greenhouses. And after we head up to the animal dealer and check out the livestock for the month, I think we head into May and see what that brings. I think we've got a lot of babies on the way, so we want to be ready for that. It is going to be a stretch to keep all the animals where they are. I do want to double check that our birthing barn does not have, is not at risk of an overflow situation where a calf couldn't be born I'm not really sure what would happen if they weren't born in the barn because there wasn't space, but I'd rather not figure that one out. We'll put one more scoop in each one, call that good for today, get it switched over to producing lettuce with water and manure, which should increase our income from our lettuce production. Alright, one more. And before you know it, we'll be through spring and hitting summer and looking at fall for harvest here, so have to be ready. I'm looking forward to driving the Massey Ferguson harvester again. That thing was a lot of fun to drive for the harvest. It's nice doing some of the smaller fields and stuff from time to time. You get a better feel for the driving of things. It's fun to do things manually. Been really enjoying this series in that regard. And one last scoop here, and then we'll jump in and switch these over. Excellent. That is done. I know I say it every episode, but guys, this Massey skid steer tool is great. I definitely recommend downloading it. Great for tight spaces, handles really well. The weights on the back, I haven't really found anything around here that I've been trying to pick up that I haven't been able to pick up. 9-meter logs, the whole thing, it all just works really, really well. So that's just a great piece of equipment. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the animal dealer before we head up there. Make sure we're not wasting a trip. So animals we can buy. Yeah, they got a couple of bulls, but nothing that's grabbing me. If there's nothing to buy, then we just go right into next month. Yeah, you've got to be better than good to make it onto this farm. It just is not worth picking up bad or average animals. So, well, I think that's going to be it for April. We're not going to head up to the store because there was nothing there to purchase. Let's walk down here and just see what we have milk-wise. Let's see, get a little further away, see if we can get that to pop up. Usually I can get the milk info right down here. Let's see. Maybe. Keeps popping up. It's thinking about it. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Nope. That's just giving me the genetics. Let's see. The birthing barn. We have 231 liters of buffalo milk, and I already pulled, I think it was 1,400 liters of milk out of there today, so working well. So we're going to come down here, turn off regular lettuce, turn on manure lettuce, turn that to selling, come back into the other greenhouse, turn off regular lettuce, turn on manure lettuce, and leave that be. 4 manure per cycle times 240 a month, so it's going to burn... What's that going to be? 800 plus 160, 960 liters of manure a month. So we put 6,000 liters into each one. So we should be good for a couple of months, which is going to be great news. So I think that will get us done for April. Oh, real quick before we head out, we do have a great stash of hay. You guys can see it in here. Hay bales. Let's check and see what we have. Square hay bales. That one's a partial. 34 hay bales. So I think the next round of grass cutting, we're going to use that fun new baler and create some big silage sausage bales and go from there. But I will see you guys in May. See you in a sec. Welcome to May, guys. As we transitioned over, it said we had 7 calves overnight. So that is very exciting news. Let's get in here and take a look at our animals, see what we have, see what needs to be moved. Wow, there we go. There's one. Move the trailer. Okay. We don't need to move that one. Recovering. No suitable animal. Maybe that's why I thought Haka wasn't getting pregnant in there, because apparently we have 2 Hakas, a Holstein and a Limousine. So maybe that was the challenge. Okay, Loud Bossy. Still good. Oh, we have a Holstein Bull that needs to be moved. Don't want that one clicked. Shadow is ready to go back. Bubbles. Expecting 3 babies. Holy goodness. We have so many animals on the farm, guys. This is really exciting. And another animal ready to move to the trailer. Got to go back and forth here a little bit because it's starting to cross over again. 3 babies, 1 baby. And we have a water. We have multiple water buffalo babies. That is very exciting. All right, still pregnant, recovering, no suitable animal. And our last one, move to trailer. Okay, so, I mean, we have a lot of animals. These are all the animals in our trailer. We have a lot of animals. Move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 babies and several cows to head back in. We have not used this end pen down here yet, the last one on this back row, just because we haven't needed to. So it is completely full. So I'm thinking we'll put some of the calves in here. I'm wondering if we can move more than 1 at a time, or if we are still, nope, we're still going to move 1 at a time, which is okay. Just got to get through it and make sure we get the right ones. And it doesn't seem, the selecting of the animal doesn't seem to matter. It seems to be that you have to be highlighted is what seems to matter sometimes. And as I say that, then it won't do it. So 0 animals moved. Okay. Move to husbandry. Not enough space in husbandry. Well, we have a full-size animal in here that we definitely don't want. So move that one back to trailer. Okay, the Angus bull. Oh, yeah, Haka's in here too. We don't want her in here. Yeah, the movement thing is proving to be a bit of a challenge with this mod, but it's something we can get through. Move to husbandry. Okay, and then move Angus bull to husbandry, and then I think we're going to be full there, so we should have room for 2 more. Only have room for 1 more in that one. Okay, well, we'll have to separate them out, but that's okay. Move to husbandry. Okay, that one is full. Not a problem. That one's going to be full too. So we'll move 1 in here. And then we have to run over to this side. I think there's a spot in this first one right here. And we have room for 30 calves, so it is hard to imagine that we are running out of space, but we are, so... All right, then we have 4 eligible cows to go back into the breeding pen. And let's just get these ones moved. And we're going to have to check and see who's pregnant in this pen. Who needs to go over to the birthing barn. So, that is done. Okay. Who is pregnant? Spoiled Ember is pregnant. Move, yep. Okay, Patches is pregnant. That's going to be too young. I think some of these we just moved. Nirvana is pregnant. Shadow, I think we just put in. Haka, the one we were worried about, is pregnant, so that's not a problem. Move to trailer. Sally is pregnant with 2. That is great news. And that is it. So, not bad, guys. Several more pregnant animals. And we'll see. I'd love to just be able to select all of these and move one animal. Yep, that's all we're going to get. Should also check their food while we are here. Okay, so put the herdsman stick down here. And how are we doing on food for everybody? The birthing barn still has 7,000 liters of total mixed ration. They're going to need some more. The breeding pasture has 4,500 liters of hay, so they definitely need some more. Calf igloo 2 is empty of animals, which is good, and it's not bad. Calf igloo 1 will have to top off water and hay, but it's doing okay. Igloo 3, wow, out of water overnight. I know I topped that one off, so that's crazy that that one's empty, but we'll get water in that right away when we get done. And yeah, so we're not in bad shape with these, so we're pretty good. Okay, so check the sale real quick, see what else we have going on today. Scroll down to the bottom. Big Kloss TerraTrack, couple of trailers, nice tractor here. I think this is actually the same version of the one we have. Yeah, not bad looking at all. Let's see. Yeah, a couple of cool finishes on it. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's cool. That's some of the same finishes we have. Not quite the same. It's getting there. It's definitely dirty, but it's not the same as the one we have, and that's all right. What else do we have? Bale shredder, potato something or another. Another potato thing, big bucket. This power sprayer would be nice to have on the farm. Take care of some weeds. We just don't really have that many to worry about. The low loader we don't need. We're not doing rice. This is the animal transport box I tried. Doesn't work well with cows, but it was overall a cool mod. 31,000 for a bale collector would be great to have, but that's just too much money. Harvester, summer super chisel. I think we're getting back into the same items we've already seen. So nothing in the sale for us today was worth a quick look. And then real quick, let's take a look in the animal dealer and see what they have going on. So some good animals. Nothing of really high quality though. Man, that is surprising that we're having such a hard time finding good animals. Do they even have water buffalo cows or heifers? No, it's all bulls. That is crazy. Well, it might be worth driving up to the shop and checking it out. But before we do that, let's, where did we leave our Fiat? Over here. Let's grab that water tank, make sure all of our calves have water. We don't want any of them being thirsty. Should be easy to top them off. We know we have to top them off every day. So don't mind doing it. Just swing up here. That one's full. That one's full. Oh, we do have an adolescent in there we can move. Alright, we'll have to swing by and grab him later. Not a big deal. I think we're hitting the greenhouse trigger. Alright, that should be Igloo 6. Let's just double check it. Igloo 6 is full on water, so we are good there. Come in real tight here, make sure we get those water buckets. Okay, those are topped off. And I think these are already pretty much topped off. Yeah, we're good to go. Alright, so the calves are all taken care of. Probably need to make a quick batch of TMR just to get the birthing barn topped off, and we should probably put some hay in the breeding barn as well. So maybe we'll do that real quick, and then we'll call it an episode for May. Our grass is not ready to be cut. Our wheat is coming in nicely. Looks really good. So let me just finish topping off this greenhouse. And we should put one in here. Come on, squeeze around it. You can do it. That'll get the rest of that one in the greenhouse. It'll be good to go from there. There, yeah, you can see our adolescent cow. Might be a bull. Hard to tell. Right over here. Let's see. Right there. In the middle pen, or the front pen, right in the middle of the screen. We'll get him moved over either way. Not a big deal. Alright, let's leave this here. All topped off and good to go. We will grab the mixer wagon to make a little bit more TMR. Grab a couple of hay bales and make sure everybody else is taken care of. Let's go ahead and get this guy pulled out. And get the old trusty Massey Ferguson out to move our stuff. Oh yeah, we buried it in the manure, didn't we? Alright, pull him out of the manure. Nice and simple. Drop the bucket. Okay, Massey. Let's just drive straight. There we go. Massey at low speed just wants to turn around in a circle. Just wants to do a quick spin. Once you're up to speed, it handles nicely. So, we're going to probably make a double batch TMR. So, I'd say we'll get that the one partial hay bale. That's fine. Just get it out of the way. Let's get 3 additional hay bales out. And let's get 2 round silage bales out to make a double batch. So, grab our first silage bale. Drop him in there. They're breaking that one down. We'll grab, I think this partial will be fine for our first hay bale. It's only short by a couple, maybe 1,000 liters. I don't even know, not much. But it doesn't seem like it takes a full one to make the TMR, so I'd love to be at the point where we have a little bit more straw, so we can actually use our straw in here, but just doesn't seem to be the case. Doesn't seem like we're able to do that right now. Weird that I'm not getting the mix ratio on that. Is it the wagon not on? Let's see. Let's turn the wagon on. Alright, the wagon is on now. It's on. Still not giving me the mix. Huh. That's bizarre. Is it currently TMR? It is currently TMR, so let's go dump this load. And then we'll put another one in. Weird that it's not giving us that mix ratio chart or that little infographic that lets us know which way or how much we can add of each one. May need to put our last straw bale in here. We're getting close for these animals. We've used a lot of the straw. Well, while that's emptying, let's jump out. We can go grab a hay bale and put it in the breeding pen. Let's see what we can snag here. Can we reach over the silage bale? That'd be sort of nice. Can we grab this one? Yeah, that's a win. Love when a plan comes together. Slide it in here. Like a professional. Back up just a touch. Come on. There we go. Wagon seems to be done. So let's grab our silage bale. I almost wonder, I haven't tried this yet, guys. Let's see. I wonder if I can grab... Well, I'd have to take the hay bale off. Let's try it. Let's get this hay bale off. Let's see if we can hook one silage bale and one hay bale together on the pallet forks and then just use that to make total mixed ration in one swing. Getting rid of this hay bale is apparently going to be the hard part of that. Okay, got a little slope to the ground here and it doesn't quite want to come off yet. Get a little grip. There we go. So if I were to swing back here and try to get both of these at once. Let's see, just give it like that. Okay, so far so good. We have both ingredients that we need. Gonna jump out here and go grab the Fiat and bring the mixer wagon over. Try the all-at-once TMR plan. Let's see. Camera up a little bit. Okay. It's taking both. The silage is going down first, which is what we need. And then we have the hay bale. Okay. So if that worked, if we have... Oh, we don't want to do that. That will cause... As the levels go down, that will cause it to turn to forage, and we are not interested in that. So let's jump out and see what happened here with our mix. Hey, total mix ration, 11,900. So, new trick, we can make it all in one batch. Just got to get the bales stacked up on the forks together, and they will mix on their own, which is good news. So, let's go ahead and get this tipping in. Excellent. We're going to throw this one into... Actually, we'll probably take this one and use it to feed the calves. It's a partial bale. It's on there crooked to begin with. We'll go grab the other one when we want to do. Roll this tip in. Come on. Okay. That trough is full. These igloos are so well done. If you look, like on this one right here, the trough, the food is not above the upper level. And when I put the bale down over it and then release it, now watch when I come pick it up. The trough's going to be over full. See that? So there's a visual plane. The same thing works with the water. So the gates move like I showed you guys last episode for cleaning out the manure. The water buckets fill. The food troughs fill. Just a really, really nice detailed mod. It just works the way it's supposed to. I feel like this one's already full. Give it a quick try, make sure. This one now. This one looks empty. Oh, not quite empty, but it is. Yeah, that finished off that bale. Alright, we'll go grab this one over here, throw it into the breeding pasture. Make sure they are topped off with hay, and then we have a partial bale over here by the first igloo that we had from the last time we fed them. We'll use that to finish topping off all the other calving troughs, and then I think we're about done for this episode, guys. Just doing some basic farm work. Nothing too crazy. We are making great progress. Lots of new animals on the farm. Exciting stuff. You know, just working towards that next stage where we're going to have a big enclosed barn to keep some more animals in, and we'll get there. And then we'll, I got to do a little work on the expansion of the wheat field just to make sure that we are ready when that comes up this fall. Okay, that trough is topped off. And let's go back and get this one. I don't know how close we need to get it with the water tanker trailer here. Is that going to be enough? Is it close enough? Let's see. Yep, that looks full. So real quick, let's hop out of here. Check in on our calves. Okay, let's see. Igloo 6 is full. Igloo 5 is full. Has water and food. Yep, Igloo 4, water and food. 3, water and food. 1, we need to put a little bit of food into. And 2 is full. The breeding pasture has 20,000 liters of hay. The birthing barn has 25,000 liters of total mixed ration. So let's dump this into Igloo 1 over here on the corner. And we are out of here, guys. Got a lot of good work done, keeping the animals happy and fed and taken care of. All that we can do sometimes. All right, so we'll get this one topped off. And I bet that food trough topped off. And let's see. Yep, it is full. So that is going to be it for this episode, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. And we'll see you in the next one. We are in June, guys, and we have some cattle work to do today. As you guys can see, our calf pens are full of manure, so it is time to get those cleaned out. We're going to rotate the calves, clean these one by one, get them topped off with straw and food and water, and go from there. Now, the cool thing about this mod is that when you want to clean out the manure, you can jump over here and click on the trigger and the fence retracts. So that is really, really cool. So we're going to grab all the manure out of this one. Get filled up. You can see it empties out all the manure here. That's looking much better already. And there may be another round to get out of here because this holds 2,000 and it's full. So let's see what we get out of our calf igloo. We are in June. Did a little bit of tree work in May and I think we're about done with our wheat field expansion project as far as getting the trees out. I think we finally have all of the trees out that I want to get out for expanding the field in the fall. Oh yeah, there is more manure in here. So we sold some of those. Our lettuce production is doing well, making a couple $1,000 on that every month, which is nice above and beyond what we're paying out in our loans. And we have some more pregnant females and a couple more calves to work through today. So let's go ahead and get the first batch of calves rotated. We'll go ahead and put the gates back. Water's full. The hay's full. The straw looks great. Here is our herdsman stick. So we're going to grab the calves out of the first igloo and go ahead and move them over through the herdsman stick and move them over to the second igloo. So we want all of you guys. Let's see. And Snowball actually needs to go to the... needs to go over to the other pen, so we can swap the 3 younger calves in here. Move to husbandry. Guess we're moving them one at a time. That's all right. And then Snowball, we want to run over to... let's see, Snowball is a limousine, so they can go in the breeding pen and be ready to go for the next one. So let's grab and put Snowball in over here so she can get all set in her new pen. Move to husbandry. Excellent. All right. I'm going to put this down over here on the side. Go ahead and get the gates retracted. Jump back into the Massey. Let's get the rest of that manure up out of here so they can have nice, clean pens. I'll put a link on the screen or down below, or actually I'll put a link up on the screen. We did a review on these calf huts by Mr. Hector. They are a really, really nice mod. So check out that mod review. It goes through all the details. There are actually 3 different calf huts. The 2 that we have here, the right and the left big ones. Then they have small individual ones. And then they have all of them in a decorative format if you don't actually want to put calves in them, but maybe want to sprinkle them around your barns, you know, for some decorations, make it, you know, a little more enriched in your environment. You can do that too. So check out that that mod review. It was a lot of fun to make, and this is a really, really cool mod that you guys should enjoy, or you will enjoy if you add to your gameplay. So just about done cleaning out the first igloo. I think we're putting all of the manure today into the first greenhouse, because for some reason the first one doesn't seem to be holding on to the manure very well. I don't know if there's sort of a shared silo situation going on with the other greenhouse and it's combining a little bit, but the first one seems to be much, much lower than the second one, despite having about the same amount put in. So, oh, hit a bump in the road. There goes the herdsman stick. See if we can pick it up without getting into everything here. Okay, there we go. Let's get all of these guys. And once again, spoiled unity has to go over to the other pen. Moving 5 animals. Excellent. Sometimes you just gotta have some work on the farm. You gotta have a day of just mucking out calf igloos. So, gonna move these 4 back. Sure, we'll move them one at a time. Why not? Do I want to move 3 animals? No, I do not want to move 3 animals. I could move 2 animals, though. That'd be great. Nope, we're back to 1. And we'll move this one. And spoiled unity, you're going over to the breeding pen to finish growing up. Get you placed in here. Great. All done. I'm going to go ahead and, while we have the herdsman stick, get it over here in position on this side. All right, got to go clean out and muck this one. Our 3rd igloo. The Massey's just the perfect size piece of equipment for this project. You know, as I said, I keep telling you guys I'd love to have a telehandler, but these tight little yard spaces we have here and everything else, this thing works just so well in regards to just getting in and out of the spaces, turning around, has a great capacity. 2,000 liters on the bucket is a lot for a machine this size, so works really well for our purposes. Alright, we are just about halfway done with our calf work for the day. Let's grab the fence on this one, get it popped back out. Grab our herdsman stick and bring this batch of calves over. And we again have one over here. Faith is ready to be moved over to the other pen. Okay, right here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Got those guys all moved and settled. Let's get Faith into the big pasture. I have been doing some research on or looking at some other barn options. I have a couple that I think look pretty promising. Have to figure out the cost and how we're going to afford those, but we'll get there. I'm going to go ahead and move these guys onto the herdsman stick now in preparation for the next move. And actually, what we should do here actually is combine these and get all these guys up. So there are 3 in there. We can put 2 more water buffalo in there. Let's see. And we should have our igloos as full as possible so that we don't have to maintain more igloos. I'd rather have 5 in each and only have to fill, you know, 3 of them than have 2 or 3 in each and have to fill all of them every day. So this one has 4 water buffalo and Angus, so we'll move an Angus in here because that'll match up. Okay. Should have at least 1 spot in here. Move to husbandry. Oh, hit the wrong button there. We have 4 here, so that's not bad either. We'll leave this right here. Go ahead and get this guy mucked out. And actually, we can muck both of these because they're both empty now. And we do have a couple of calves over in the birthing barn that need to be brought over to the igloos today. I don't think we have any cows ready to go back into the breeding pen. They're still producing milk. We're just starting to get a little bit of buffalo milk. I think we have like 450 liters or something like that. Not enough to do anything with, but it's good that we're getting some and continuing to build. I'd like to pick up more buffalo, but the sale has just been bad in regards to having buffalo available to us. They're just not of high quality. Oh, the other thing I was going to talk to you guys about, almost forgot. I did some checking on our livestock pen where we keep our spare bulls. And we have a couple of adolescent bulls over there that have some really, really good pedigree and might be worth, as they get older, exchanging them for our existing bulls as they get older. Maybe sell our bulls, make a little bit of money, and transition them out. But I was excited that we have good quality adolescent bulls on the farm so that we can use them when the time comes in our breeding program. So that was good news as well today. And I believe while we're here, you know, we are very slowly, we're up to 286 eggs, but I believe this month, let's check real quick. I believe our rooster, yeah, is 12 months old and can reproduce. So there are 5 animals in here. Oh yeah, this one's already 50% pregnant with 5 babies. Do you guys see that? Sprinkles is going to have 5 chicks. I mean, guys, I've been telling you they're prolific breeders, but the chickens in realistic livestock, 5 babies? That is insane, guys. This thing could be full in like a year, and it holds 1,000 chickens, and we started with 7. So that is, wow. I knew our rooster was going to be of age this month. I did not realize the chickens produced at such a high level. That is craziness. Well, I'm glad we're expanding the wheat field. Didn't know we were going to need so much more to feed our chickens, but it appears that we are going to need a lot more wheat in a short amount of time. So, okay, let's get these guys moved over. There are 5 of them, so it really doesn't matter. We can put them all into the same pen. Say if there's only a couple, we could try to get down another pen and have another igloo sitting open, and so we have to do a little less maintenance. But with 5, we're not gonna find a home for all of them. I think there's only 1 spot open in that second igloo, so they're all here in a nice clean pen. I'm gonna go put this down over by the birthing barn so we can grab those animals next and bring them over once we're done mucking everything out. And we also probably should put some more straw in here. Make sure the calves have a nice soft and warm bedding to be on. But for right now, let's grab this one and get it cleaned out. And this will be the last one. So not a bad project. Took about 10 minutes to get 6 of these cleaned out and move the animals around. You know, important that we keep the pens clean for them. They have a good, healthy place to grow up. So, and it was fun using the skid steer and the whole thing with the fence moving. That's really cool. So that was fun. I'm glad we did that. I'm glad we have the igloos on the farm. So let's go ahead and grab a straw bale and make sure that everyone has as much straw as they need. Keep producing that manure for our greenhouses. Let's jump in over here. I guess we can get rid of this hay bale first. The other thing I want to do today is put in some sort of fuel station. We've got all of our vehicles. This one isn't bad, but our truck and our Fiat are pretty low on fuel as it sits. And I don't believe there's a gas station up at the shop. So we have to get something on the farm. Plus, I just don't really want to drive up there to be getting fuel. Like, the Fiat does not need to go back up to the shop. It's slow. There's no benefit to taking it up there. I do wish that the food triggers left it so that we could do this without taking it off. Oh, I wonder if we have to close the gate for that food trigger to hit. I wish it would take the hay or the food without having to come off the forks. It seems to take the straw from the air, but not the hay, so not the end of the world, but it would be nice to have the drive around to sort of hover over this and call it good enough, but we'll get this done either way, not a big deal. Okay. And I got the first one before the episode when I moved the hay bale because it was sitting over there. Oh, wow, that one finished it. How much did that one take? Are we pretty full? We are at 1574 to 1600, yeah, so that one's fine. If they're a little lower than that, I'd be concerned that they would run out of food overnight, which would not be good. We do not want to have our calves without food. So I think we top off the straw in all of the igloos, and then we toss this last straw bale into the birthing barn, because that's, you know, about all we have left to do with it. This is our last straw bale on the farm until we either get the harvest going from the wheat or we purchase some actual straw at the store, which I'd rather not spend our money on, but, you know, you just have to do what you have to do. If we need the straw before the wheat's ready, then that's what we'll do. Okay. That one's topped off. Let's double check. Let's see. Straw, 1561 out of 1800. So no, it is not topped off. Does it need to be lower in there? I thought it took the straw off the... Well, we can always just leave it on the side. Drop it down real quick and then pick it back up. Let's see if that... Yeah, it took some off of there, so that must be what we need to do. It's funny, I swear I did this in the air the other time. Yeah, you could actually see that one just underneath the loader arm there. Top off. This one might be pretty full on its own. Lots of cattle work on the cattle ranch today. Tomorrow we get to mow the grass. We're going to be making silage sausages out of that, which will be great. One more after this one. All set and done. Not even 1,000 liters of straw used for all 6 of the igloos to top them off, so they're in good shape. The girls in here will tear that one up and spread it out on their own. And they are all topped off. So let's get the Massey parked. Let's get the rest of the cows moved. We'll check the food. May have to make a quick batch of TMR for the birthing barn. And then we can head right into July. Be a quick month in June. I already moved the milk over. So we are good in that regard. Alright, so I think it was 2 calves over here. Let's see. All these are still pregnant. Recovering. Pregnant. We have a lot of babies on the way, guys. A lot of babies. Okay, that limousine's still pregnant. Recovering. Oh, we have a limousine bull. Okay, the Hereford, she's still pregnant. All pregnant and recovering. So it is just the 2 animals. I think, do we have 1 spot available in this second igloo? Yeah, they have 4. I don't want to have a calf by themselves. I don't feel like they should be alone. So, let's see. Do we have 4 in this one or 5? We have 5. So you guys get to go right in here. Fresh pen, fresh straw, food and water. Everything is ready to go. Enjoy your new home for the first couple of months. And let's go grab the pregnant, I don't know if they're heifers or they're cows, which ones got pregnant last month, but go grab all the pregnant animals out of here. Okay, Haka, the second Haka is pregnant again. Nirvana's not too young. Shadow's pregnant. Oh, we don't want to select all. That was a mistake. Definitely don't want to select all. Okay, any other animals pregnant in here? Nope, that is it. So just the 2 pregnant cows. Yeah, still only lets me move 1 animal at a time. We'll get through it, no big deal. Alright, so I did want to show you guys real quick before we head over to July. I gotta check the food before we do that too, but you know, here is sort of our bull pen, our livestock pen. These are animals that our big water buffalo Admiral down here at the bottom. He's just not high enough quality compared to other water buffalo bull to be breeding, so he's separated. But we have, I mean, like, these bulls are in really, really good shape. I mean, Remington is a great one. Unagi has 2 extremely high ratings, is very good overall. Ollie is very good with 2 extremely high ratings. Clover is very good with all very high ratings. We have a lot of good bulls on the farm, and you can tell, you know, Admiral is already older and in good health. He's 22 months. He's only worth $2,200. Ollie is only 8 months old and is worth $2,300. So it's just a much higher quality animal than we have. And when we compare that to the bull we have in the breeding pen now, let's just scoot over here and take a quick look. So the bull we have in here now, there we go. That'll give us right here. Rogue is worth $7,300. And is, scroll back down, extremely good, extremely high, very high, extremely high. So he's actually still the best bull we own. But he is getting older. I mean, he is, what do we say, 31 months, so he's almost 3. And then our water buffalo bull is a very good quality animal, extremely high, very high, very high, very high. So we have some alternative bulls that we could start mixing in if we wanted to. Let's take a quick look at the food situation in here. Let's see, food, they have 11,000 liters. I don't think that's going to be enough, guys, and I suspect some of that is, yeah, they are out of, oh, that's a calf igloo. The birthing barn, yeah, so they only have 6,000 liters of total mixed ration, so we got to make a quick batch for them before we head out. So let's grab the Massey, and I think we can do the 1 hay and the 1 silage bale combined routine like we did last time. Let's see, 1 square hay bale, just want 1, we don't want 25 of them. And then we need a round bale of silage, just 1 again. Okay, that is great. Let's see about grabbing these guys. Just slide the hay bale over real quick. There we are. Okay, release. Stuck on the ground there. Alright, grab 1 with each spike. Go right down the middle. Grab them both. Let's head over to the mixer wagon. Eyes up a little bit. Let those fill in there. Oh, we must have already had some in there. Well, let's see what happens when we hook up the Fent. See if we have a full load in there, and if not, we'll get a little extra out of it too, which will be great. Hopefully we didn't turn anything into forage. That'd be disappointing. Okay. Go find us a mixer wagon to hook up to. And moment of truth. We have total mixed ration. We are in good shape. Let's empty that out. I think it might just auto-fill behind us, too. Yeah, it's auto-filling. Let's see, is it going to give us the indicator? Okay, so we're still good on the mix between the hay and the silage. We're not getting close on either one. Yeah, this worked out really well. We're getting a ton of feed out of this mix. The last thing we should check before heading into July is just the breeding pasture. They still have, yeah, they still have 12,000 liters of hay. The igloos are all set. The igloos are all set. Yep, they're all good. Okay, cool. Yeah, and the chickens are still good. They still have 22,151 liters of grain, so in good shape. And the livestock patch, all the bulls still has hay in it. I think I put 1 bale in there a long time ago, and it is just still there. Okay. We got a hay bale left, or a partial. Let's throw that in the breeding pen. Let's see if I can do this on a side angle. I doubt it. Let's see. we get that down and in? I don't think so. We pull forward and spin it. No. We'll have to square up to it, no big deal. Cool. That guy is done. Did that not turn off? All right, that's going to be it for June, guys. Lots of cattle work, lots of cleaning out igloos, mucking stalls, getting our babies in. We got 5, 9. I think both these are full, so there's 10 here, so that's 19. Plus we have 21 calves on the farm right now, with more on the way, and 5 chickens being born tomorrow, so exciting stuff. I will see you guys in just a second in July. We'll get started for the month, and we'll figure out what's going on then. See you in a sec. Welcome back to July, guys. We had 6 calves and 5 chicks born. Now, I'm excited about the calves, but we have not had any chicks on the farm. So let's go take a peek and see what's going on in our chicken coop. There are the little white dots in there. Got a bunch of little chicks running around. That is very cool. How did the rest of our animals end up? Let's see. Those are all the chicks that were just born. So we got 2 chickens and 3 roosters. The roosters will probably just end up selling, but so that's Sprinkles, who just had the babies. Wow, okay. That one's pregnant with 5 babies. This one's pregnant with 3 babies. 5, 5. And not yet pregnant. So we have 18 chickens being born tomorrow. This thing is going to be so full, so fast. It's going to be absolutely crazy. So on the agenda for July, we should have, let's run up to the grass field. Oh, and we have wheat to harvest. That is going to be exciting. So the grass is ready for harvest, or for it to be cut, and that'll be both fields. They're on the same cycle. Our wheat looks really good. We're at 79% of expected yield. Not bad. I do think we should work on getting the nitrogen fixed for next harvest. And then we have all, let me go into flight mode here real quick. And then we have this whole area that I cleared out over here to expand that field. So I think we're just going to bring it out to the tree line, sweep it around. It'll add about, I'm guessing, 50% more field or more plantable area to our field. So I think that'll help out quite a bit. But we just have to get that nitrogen figured out. And again, it comes back to, do we buy the Iceria Pro? I guess we should check and see. Maybe it's in the sale today. Maybe we get lucky. Let's see. Trailer, some peat equipment, bale handling equipment, our Merlot for 85. That looks amazing, but definitely can't afford that. We have plenty of silage on the farm. That's the small case. That's a 5.2. That's a case we have. That's a nice planter, or nice seeder there. I like that one a lot. So hook. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to end up with the Iceria Pro in the sale today, guys. Lots of fun and interesting equipment, but nothing that really suits our needs. So I think here's a good plan. We have a lot to do in the month of July. I'll probably get the grass cut between episodes and be ready to harvest. I'll bring you guys back in for the harvest next episode. I'll bring you back in and we'll do the harvest, and then we'll get the bales turned into silage. Got to, again, feed all the cows as usual, all that kind of stuff. But really glad we got the calf barns, or the calf igloos, huts, all mucked out and cleaned up so they have a good place to stay. Probably going to need to do that again before winter. We'll just have to see. Really excited that we're getting chickens. And guys, a realistic animal mod for chickens is just, I'm shocked at how many animals we're getting. So lots going on, exciting stuff. I'm excited to get that wheat field expanded after we harvest it later on this month, and get replanted tomorrow, or maybe it'll be probably not August, probably September we can replant it. But either way, get that expanded field going. So Really appreciate you guys being here with me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and we'll see you in the next one. We're back in the fields in July, guys, just getting all of our 180 centimeter grass bales put into our silage roller. As you guys saw in the intro, we did have an Anderson merger come up in the sale, so I did swap that out for our Krone windrower. I like that Anderson better, I always have. The Krone's a great piece of equipment, but it's just so long, and we don't have huge straight fields. So getting turned around at the end and getting everything in place is a little bit challenging. And even though we lose a little less than a meter, but a little bit of working with the Anderson compared to the Krone, it's just a lot easier for me to use on the fields. So getting the last couple of bales in here. We got 14 grass bales off of our small grass field. And we got 17 240 centimeter square hay bales off of our big field. They're over there in the shed already. I did throw a couple in the breeding pen just to keep them topped off. But we are just about all set with our last batch of silage. Let's take a look at how this turned out. We have a lot of silage in reserve now, which is great news. So yeah, there they are. Those are all of our bales ready to turn into silage. The thing is snaking around a little bit. Let's actually jump out and see if we can finish this one off. Let's get in here. And what are the actual controls on this one here? Unload bales. Let's get them all pushed off and wrapped up, and they can be done and start their fermenting process. I thought moving the bales over here would be nicer. We'll be able to access them. We can actually pull our mixing wagon right over here by the chicken coop and load from here rather than tucking them around behind that other livestock pen where we got to drive around everything to get back to where we need to be. Let's leave that off. We just barely started getting through the bale wrap. We're like not even 7.5 out of 8. We're like 7 3/4. So this thing is using a lot less bale wrap than our regular bale wrappers. So with all that in mind, you guys can see I'll park the Massey over here. We do have just a ton of bales in our shed, which is great. We're going through them quickly. It's nice to have some backups. But we have almost, I think it's 2 complete rows of hay bales here. So let's jump out and just see what we have. Yeah, 41 hay bales. Still have 29 silage bales in there. A little bit of seed and lime as well, as you can see hanging out. So the next project for the day, getting the harvester up and running. Haven't used this thing since last year, last harvest. So let's go ahead and get pulled up and out of the shed. Easier if we can see what we're doing here. And we have wheat to harvest. So last time I think we got 27,000 liters off this field, if memory serves. So hoping to get at least that much, if not more. All right, looks like we're all unfolded and ready to go. Let's jump in here and get kicked on and start the harvest for year 3. We are in July, guys, which means it is our last month before going on to next year. So got a lot done, got a lot to show for it. We've got our nice wheat field expansion over here that's waiting for us. We will be getting the plow out when we're done with the field, getting all the straw off and everything else, and making that field significantly larger. So I'm hoping to add, 50 or 60% to the size of this field, which will help us quite a bit. And I do think for this harvest, we're going to have to figure out how to get the nitrogen fixed on this field. We did an application of liquid manure on this field with our slurry tank, and it helped, but it just is not getting enough on there. And I think it's not recognizing the crop type and the soil type because we don't have a sensor. So need to figure out either, maybe try a layer of manure before we plant, some solid manure, and just put it on the field and then plant and then go right back over with slurry would be one option. If we get the Iceria Pro comes on sale, we could always buy that, which would be helpful to have on the farm. Just as I said, it's a lot of money and we're trying to save up for a cow barn, so we'll have to sort of judge that on what the end cost is going to be. Or we can always look for a second tractor. We wouldn't need a very big one, but something that maybe comes with the Iceria Compact on it that we can use to, get a better nitrogen application on the field as well. So just have to keep checking our options and see what happens. We did have a couple more calves this morning, got those all transferred. Everyone's all set where they need to be. We are getting dangerously close. I think we're a couple months away from having 100 cows on the farm, which is an interesting benchmark for us for two reasons. One, it puts us 1/3 of the way to the 300 cows we need in total for this challenge. And it also puts us at a point where we don't have to do everything manually. Now, I've enjoyed doing a lot of the work manually, and I'm not sure that we're looking to change a lot of things, but some of the redundant tasks like the bale pickup, mowing the grass, that kind of stuff, we could start to either use an Autoload or we could use an AI worker. But as of right now, I think we're going to stay manual for the foreseeable future, even if we hit 100 cows, just because it sort of fits the gameplay. It really is, the way this challenge is meant to be played. And truthfully, it's not that much work for 100 cows. Now, I don't know if we get to 150 or 200 and it suddenly seems like we're spending hours and hours doing the repetitive tasks, then we'll consider making some changes. But as of right now, I think one of the comments on an earlier video said that the struggle is really entertaining, watching how we have to make slow, consistent process, and I think that's what this challenge is about. Is really the grind of getting to where we need to be and not having a huge farm with all the best equipment and everything being easy. We're out here cutting our way in the world and making it work, and thus far we're only on even one piece of land on this map, and we haven't even used all of that. We're still have plenty of fields for our needs and plenty of space for our ranch. So we'll probably just continue with that for a while. So I'm going to keep working on this field. I'll bring you guys back in when we're wrapping up with a total count on the wheat. So I will see you guys shortly. This is our last pass on the wheat field. All said and done. So all in, we had 7 trips to the chicken coop to empty. The capacity on this thing is 3,500 liters. So if my mental math is right, that's 24,500 liters in plus another 900. So we're basically sitting at 25,500. So maybe we did get 27 last time, maybe we didn't. But still a really good yield off that field. I'm excited for having that in the coop, and our chicken coop is up to 46, 47. Let's see, there we go, we're done. 47,443 liters. So they have lots of wheat in there for them to eat, and as we know, they're having 3 to 5 chicks at a time, so probably a bit important that they have some food in there, so that's going well. Let's get the straw windrowed and merged up and put away, but before we do that, last episode I said I was going to place a fuel tank, and I didn't. I got distracted. And you'll see here in just a second. Let's lower the header down. Take the header off for the season. Don't need all that pressure on everything. Okay, and turn it off. So as you'll see here, the fuel is blinking down in the bottom right corner. So we need to get fuel on the farm. And I'm thinking somewhere over here on the way in would be a good spot. So let's take a look and see what we have. All right, containers. All right, 5,000. Got a little one here. That's not a bad option. 10,000 for 10,000 liters. That is a lot. We do not need that much fuel on this farm. We are not running big equipment. Any other fuel stations? No. So I think we're just going to go with this little base game one. Let's zoom in. The trigger's on the front side. So maybe put it right up here. We want it next to the cattle pen. I guess that's the real question. Should we put it back in the yard somewhere? Is there a spot back here that maybe would be a little bit better? I don't really like it back there. I don't want it behind the shed. Yeah, I think we're going to go back over here where we were. I think we just put it back up here towards the top, snap it into place, get it nice and squared up with the fence. Great. We'll hit it with a quick soften. Oh, that's not soften. That's raise. Oh, did the wrong thing there, guys. Hold on. We don't want to be raising that. We definitely don't want to be doing that. Go a little bit of grass down where we accidentally picked it up. Okay. Now, drive our Fiat over here and get fueled up. No point in having our vehicles run out of fuel. That'd be a challenge. Alright, so it is $8,200 for 5,000 liters of fuel. I don't think we're going to need that much, guys. Let's go. It's 5,000. I think 1,000 liters of fuel. I mean, that seems like a lot for our little farm, our little ranch. But let's fill up 1,000 liters of diesel. We can actually jump out. Let's see about how much this thing's going to take. So the Fiat, all said and done, it was mostly empty. Call it 90% empty. We had 1,000 in here. It took just over 250 gallons, so it might be a 275 or 300 gallon tank. So yeah, I think 1,000 liters is plenty of fuel for our farm. Remember, we're getting ready to wrap up year 3 and go into year 4, and that's the first time we've had to fill the Fiat up. Now, it has gone 124 miles, which is no small feat since it really hasn't left the farm since the first episode. But it is not burning a whole bunch of fuel, so grab our new to us Anderson merger. Like I said earlier, you know, I prefer this one. It's horizontal. You know, the way it merges horizontally, it isn't long, so I can get in and out of the fields cleaner. I don't have to worry about going over stuff. It is a little bit narrower, but we're just gonna live with that. That's not going to be a big deal. So let's see if I can get this to hook and grab this stuff and pull it a little bit closer to the field. Let's get a right-hand merge going. Here we are. Yep, that's what we want. Alrighty. So, we're going to get all this merged up and ready to be baled. I think we'll run up to the animal dealer and see what animals they have for sale. We need to continue building our herd. We did put a bit of a dent in our money between trading for this Anderson merger, which was about $14,000 after we sold the Crone, and putting in the fuel tank and buying some fuel. So we are a little lower on funds than I'd like to be. We are getting to that point where, as I keep saying, we're going to need a barn, so may have to do a little bit of forestry between episodes. We are getting closer to October, which is when we're going to have our cheese to sell, and we do have a decent amount of cheese. We're not getting a ton of milk every day, still not enough buffalo milk to do anything with, but we are getting much closer, so that is a plus. Just going to see if I can hook this back onto the field entry. There we go. Be able to see that a little better if it's not in the grass. And we're back at it. So I like this one, as I said. It's got the flat working, the working width, so it's not really long. You can adjust either side. With the Anderson, with this one, you can do a middle merge too. So if you have some rows that just need to be brought together, you can put them in the middle, which works great. And I just prefer it. It's easier for me to use. I find I'm more comfortable with it driving the tractor. So when it came up in the sale, wanted to grab it. So after we get done with this, we'll head to the animal dealer. We might get this baled up this episode. We'll have to see. Maybe I'll bale it up and bring you guys in when I'm done. Because I do think that, you know, straw, we are out of straw on the farm. So while the wheat is nice, we are really doing all of this field work for the straw. And it'll be good to see how much we get out of it, because we've got all 6 of our calf huts that need straw. We have our birthing barn that needs straw. We could always be sort of watering down our TMR mix with straw, which wouldn't be a bad idea, but at this point we have so much silage and so much hay that it hardly seems like we're struggling to have enough food. But, you know, always good to have the straw around, never bad to have some excess on the farm, because we will eventually need and use everything. Think about 2 more passes here. We should be in good shape. Get this wrapped up. I do like how it leaves nice, neat rows for us, easy to pick up. I did, when we were doing the grass and the hay, it can merge enough grass and hay that it's hard for our balers to pick it up. So had to be a little bit careful not to merge too much together, because our balers were just going down and they weren't even able to pick it all up. So having to make 2 passes anyways doesn't really help us if we're trying to merge it and be more efficient. So keep an eye on that. Should be about our last pass. Might be a tiny bit left on the outside. I think we leave that dot. That's not a big deal. Nice quick work of that field. Looks nice and neat. Easy to pick up. Let's get this parked. Let's jump in the Scout, which also needs fuel. Not as badly as the Fiat did, but it does need fuel. Interesting on the door. You guys see the door on the Fiat keeps opening. I did make some adjustments on my controls, increase the dead zones, and decrease the sensitivity, and it doesn't seem, I mean, it's slowing down how frequently the door is opening, but I don't know if it's just having a little bit of sensitivity with the joystick or the Farmmaster Thrustmaster Farmstick. or if this mod is just very sensitive to that. But trying to get that door to stay closed be nice in the winter. It's a bit chilly with the door open. So let's go ahead and leave the Fiat right here out of the way. And we'll jump into the Scout. Yeah, the Scout's not quite low on fuel, but it's very, very close. We'll grab our trailer. And get fuel on the way out. And after that, I will just see you guys up at the shop. So let's see. We're at what, 747 on the fuel here? Yeah, 747. So let's go ahead and start that. Just curious to see how much this takes. Yeah, so that took less than 100 gallons. And it was mostly empty. So I might have a 100-gallon tank, 120-gallon tank. So again, I think 1,000 liters of fuel is going to be absolutely perfect for us. All right, I'm going to run up to the animal dealer. I will see you guys there. We are pulling into the animal dealer. Sure seems like we're here every day, and I think we are. Have to keep buying cattle if we're ever going to hit our goals. So let's actually turn the truck off real quick. So, oh, that's not what we wanted. Give me the cattle menu. There we are. Looking for some very good or excellent animals. Here is a 9-month-old, very high, extremely, and very good. This one is coming with us. Next one is bad. That one is very bad. Another very bad, extremely low health, extremely low metabolism. That is crazy. Holstein, very bad, very bad. We're not looking at any bulls. Angus, very bad. Man, we are not getting good options here, guys. Let's see, a good animal, a bad animal, very bad, extremely low health, nothing we're looking for. That's actually not a bad animal. $209. Breeder quality, very good. I think we take it just because we need some more animals. We cannot seem to find water buffalo, I'll tell you that. They are tough to find. So we're going to take 2 animals, guys. That is all we are taking out of that whole lot. I wish we had a couple more. It'd be nice. Let's jump into the sale real quick. Make sure there's nothing there that we absolutely can't do without. The Load King Distinction Triple Hopper would be nice, but we have nowhere near that much crop to get off the field. An 8RT would be fun, but again, way too much tractor for what we need. Yeah, still got a Merlot in the sale. Love that. Just don't have any need for it. The Colossus Bale Master is interesting. We could do some loose stuff, but that'd be a huge financial conversion we just don't have the money for. So, yeah, I think that's going to be about it. There's nothing else new. We've seen all of this stuff before. I do like the way the new Versatile stuff looks from the new DLC. So I have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, I think that's going to be it, guys. There's nothing else here that we really need. Does the little Fiat come with grid, beacon, fender, exhaust, wheel? Yeah, this one doesn't have Iceria compact on it either, so that wouldn't be bad for 22 grand. But it doesn't have what we need, so. All right, I'm going to run these guys back to the ranch. We'll grab the baler, get all the straw baled up so we can get a count on that, and I'll see you guys back there in a sec. We are back on the ranch, guys. Let's get these 2 cattle to their new homes. The adolescent will go in the breeding pen until it's ready, and the baby will find an igloo with an empty spot for it. So let's see, swinging in over here. And our brown Swiss, we're going to move. Oh, did we buy a bull after all that? Oh, don't tell me we bought a bull. Was I not paying attention? Could be. All right, well, if we bought a bull, we bought a bull. He's got to go in the other pen. We'll have to check. I swear it was a heifer we were buying, but may have just messed that one up, guys. Let's see. Move to husbandry. Great. Come in here, and our new brown Swiss bull Okay, we're still having problems getting the right animals moved to the right places. Let's see. The Hereford calf needs to go back into the trailer. Great. Now, the brown Swiss bull. Yeah. I mean, I guess we just didn't, I didn't read that, and I missed that. I messed that one up, so we're going to get a name change on there. Godfrey, and you are July of year 3. Done and done. And our little, is it a limousine calf? Hereford calf, maybe? We'll see. Who do we think has room? Thinking maybe this guy right here. Let's see. Nope, that one's got 5. So let's try straightening out a bit. How about this one? That one's got 5. The inns are full, guys. Lots of calves all over the place. Try the right-hand side, see if we can get anything in there a little easier. How many we got? 4. Perfect. Winner. Move to husbandry. Excellent, excellent. Rename this guy. Bertha. July of 3. And that is done. May even be able to make this corner. Oh, look at that, like a pro. Okay, so I think the last task for today is going to be to get that straw baled up. So we'll grab our John Deere square baler. All of our straw previously was round bales, but there's no real benefit to having them as round bales, so we're going to do them as square bales for speed. So we get the truck parked out of the way for us. Let's grab the Fiat. Grab the baler. And let's see how many bales we get off of this field. Have to make sure we reset the bale counter so we can keep track. Let's do that before we forget. Alright, so the John Deere square baler has made 64 bales so far in its lifetime with us. The counter's back to 0. Get it unfolded. Sneak through here. Lower and turn on. And we are cooking with gas. This is a nice windrow size for this baler. Got a lot of it merged together, but it's not so big that the baler can't handle it. It's nice when you don't have to go around and pick up a whole bunch of loose pieces that you missed. I find, and you guys, tell me what you think, but I find using a baler on the corners, I generally, if it's an inside corner, try to align my inside tire with the middle of the windrow to keep the baler on track. So you watch here, I'll swing out a little bit and put my tire right where that ridge is. And that seems to give me a good swath pickup. But what do you guys use as your markers when you're baling, or you just go around and grab what you can and go back and grab what you missed afterwards? But that's the technique I use. Leave me a comment down below. Tell me how you guys do it. Do you do narrower windrows? There's a windrow mod, or the baler mod with a windrow on it already. Those are nice for using for this stuff. So, what's your tip? What's your trick for baling up windrows of grass or straw or whatever else? I did see a map came out today. Well, it didn't come out today. It was updated today. And I don't remember which map it is. But you could make... Oh, goodness, I'm going to forget what it was. I think clover bales. Thought that was really interesting. So I'm looking at, where we might start our next series already. Might start a series before this one wraps up. Been thinking about doing another big style American farm or North American farm like we did on Missouri River Bottom, just to see what we get. And there have been a couple nice mods that came out recently that could do that. And one of the things I think would make the playthrough a lot more fun on a new map is having some additional crops as compared to just the standard sort of cereal crops and a couple of root crops and corn and that kind of stuff. So when I saw that you could do clover bales, I thought that was very, very interesting. I'd like to see, you know, what do you feed that to? Does it work with realistic livestock modding? Or realistic livestock to mod? You know, how does it interact with all that kind of stuff? So 5 total bales off of this field. I think we got a little piece over here at the beginning to pick up. Yeah, right here. We'll go drop these 2 bales next to the birthing pen or the birthing barn. So we know we'll just drop them in there right off the bat. Let's swing through here. And actually, you know what I might do? Use our big brain here. Let's get the gate open. Stay in there, ladies. No escaping. Let's get this. And let's just put the bales right in there. Let's not even have to handle them anymore after this. So, unload the bales. Yeah, that took us up to 8 bales, guys. So that was good news. Anything else in there we can get out? Tip it up. Come on, fall out there, little bale. There we go. Jump out here, close the gate. Are we full on straw already? Could be, let's see. Straw, yeah, they're full, so those bales will work their way in. That'll be great. We won't have to give them straw for a little while, which is nice, because it's been tough managing so few straw bales as we had last time. Swing by our eggs. See about getting the baler tucked back into the shed. Perfect. We are in and done. Very, very good. So let's do a quick recap of where we are with our animals. We have 20 animals in our breeding pen. We had the accidental bull we bought today. So we have another 7. So we're up to 27 animals. I think we have about 30 in here, don't we? We have 30 in here, so that's 57. And then we have... Oh, that guy's got to get moved. He grew up today. So 57, that looks like 62. Another 4 in here is 66. We know both these on the right have 5, so that's 10 total, so that's 76. Plus 5 is 81. Plus 5 is 86, guys. So we have 86 cattle on the farm. And just for fun, it doesn't matter. But how many chickens are we up to now? Let's see. 12 chickens. So we're in good shape. And there's going to be a lot more coming because most of these guys that are old enough are, yeah, 5 babies, 3 babies, 5 babies, 5 babies. Got a lot of animals. We will have to sell off those roosters at some point because they're not producing eggs. But regardless, so, you know, 80, what do we say, 86 cattle on the farm. We have a lot of pregnant females over here getting ready to give birth. If we take a quick look at that, let's see, there's 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14, 17, 18, 19, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30. So we still have 30 calves on the way, guys. So within the next 10 months, because I don't know how pregnant all those calves are, all the cows are in there, we're going to have over 100 cattle. Plus, we're trying to buy a couple every day. So we are very close to breaking the 100 cattle on the Cattle Ranch Challenge here. Exciting stuff as we wrap up year 3. Lots of progress since year 1. We've got a great set of equipment now. We've got our field set up. We are getting into a rhythm, and this is turning into a really exciting series. So thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to leave a like and drop a notification to see more videos, and we'll see you in the next one.